No, no. There's a lot of noise coming through that. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you see me? Tommy, can you hear me? We're going to be looking at some presses here. Trying to figure out how to do a cutting die stamp. Can you all hear that? Is there anyone out there? Can you hear me? I'm not seeing anybody yet. Does that say there are 20 people looking at that? Or is that remnants of Pablo's? I'm not seeing anyone here. Is there anyone there? This still says 0. That says 24. I think we're all confused. I'm wondering if I have to sign out and sign back in. Because I'm getting no one. Is there anyone there? Can anyone see me or hear me? Hello? Anyone out there? Hello? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Because down here I'm getting nobody. Okay. See, it's not showing you as a connection though. Hold on, close. Alright, so I guess we do have people. Alright. Is the volume okay? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Look, it's weird. It shows that no one's connected. We got someone from Facebook. Okay, so, well, as long as you're coming through here, that should be okay. Alrighty. Woohoo! Ah, the joys. I'm trying to find a cutting die. Hey, hello Philippines, how we doing? Volume's good? Yay, team. Alrighty. So I've been working with this company called Marvo, and sorry, I was just looking at metal prices today. The joys of economy, right? So he likes our smiley face here, so we have this repetitive smiley face theme. But I'm trying to figure out how to get it, excuse me, trying to figure out how to get it to, so like some of the, yeah, here's the ring design. So here's the ring design we've been looking at. And I don't know why this is completely, absolutely, and utterly facing the wrong direction. We got convoluted here, obviously. That's 180, that bad boy. I know the volume might be up. Can you hear things going on in the background? There's someone in the room next door, and they're fairly loud, so. Yeah, well, we broadcast out of Twitch, but we broadcast through Restream, we broadcast to to Facebook, to YouTube, and obviously to Twitch, since we're on Twitch. I don't see anyone here from Facebook, or from. See, it says that we have. But is that X again? I don't know what that is. But so you can. That's Microsoft's. I don't know what their streaming thing is. YouTube, Facebook, and Pixologic, or Twitch. So I don't see anyone from YouTube yet. I assume we're streaming on YouTube. I think I don't like it when things are wrong. Oh well. I guess I don't really care if people are streaming. Well, that's good. I see a few of you. See, like right here, I don't know if you can see. It gives me your Facebook icon. See, here's Twitch. I don't see anyone from YouTube yet. But normally I can look down here and it tells me how many viewers I have, right? So I can track if people are around. But I don't know why it's messing me up. Yeah, I'm clueless. Oh well, doesn't matter. I just don't know if you are here or not, and we'll leave it at that, right? Ta-da! No, I don't want dashboard. I want close. Of course. So right now what we're trying to figure out is how to make a cutting die. That's all the press setup. Bonnie Doon press. Cutting die. This is this is a die that Rio Grande carries, and it's a very nice piece of equipment. But I'm trying, because at the end of the day, I would really like to do some of this die pressed, because you get really clean, super nice, really clean, super nice product if you're die stamping. But isn't that cute? That's the cutest little bandsaw I've ever seen. But no one is really super willing to share that kind of information with you. Everyone's all, I don't know what it is about die setting that no one wants to share that information. It's a dying art, and I think the people who do it don't want you to know what they're doing. See, these are like cutting die, but it's not, but that's not, I need something that's pressing into both sides, then cutting. Well, get me that information, guys. Because I need to know if I make a die, right? So if we make a die, come on, you can do this. Right. So it'll press in that side and it will press in the back. But this, one of these obviously has to go into the other one. Right. There has to be like a sheath so it'll cut that other part off. And I don't know. I imagine that what I figured is, see that fits inside to that? I was going to use this to cut this piece. There we go. So that slides up into that. Nope, into that. So that's the thing. That's your base. That's your thing. And that should just it being a connection should cut it. Am I? You think Chris will know? Well, I know Chris. I mean, Chris is a buddy of mine, so well, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think of asking Chris or Benyon. Maybe Benyon will show up tonight and we can find out. Because you and I have talked about this, or Pluth and them have talked. You've talked to Pluth and them about this. Did I already have this conversation with you? I totally forgot. That would not surprise me, honestly. Because supposedly the milling machine is getting set up, and if he can mill this stuff, that would... Oh, okay. Good. I'm like, I don't remember having this conversation with you, Mark, but to be fair, we all know that that means nothing. So, that's kind of where I'm at with that. I need to get you, you're here, append, you, boop. There we go. Well, that's cool. If Chris knows, I can call Chris and get, not saying the other guy wouldn't give me information, but I know that Chris will. He owes me. Yeah. Owes. Actually, I'm supposed to be doing a class for them at some point in Detroit or something like that. There we go. All right, so at least we're using the same smiley face there. Why are you acting like that? Let's see, you're not acting like that. There we go. Yeah, everybody, calm down. So, how are we doing? Is everyone dealing with their enforced stay-at-home orders? Is everyone doing well and healthy? How are we all doing? Yes, Chris does have crazy presses, that is for sure. Yeah, I know that equipment is nothing. Yeah, I know, right? Like I said, if I didn't have the Marveau thing, I'd have no work right now. Like I said, I've lost jobs, about $8,000 of jobs that were kind of going, and then probably about a little under $18,000 of jobs that were coming up that are now gone. So, yeah, this one's really kicked jewelers in the butt. That's no good. So it's, hold on. I just need to double check that we are going out to YouTube. These are things I'm supposed to make sure of. ZBrush. ZBrush Live YouTube. Are we live? It does not appear that we are live, does it? Oh, live now. Hold on. No, I guess we're live. I'm just still under Pablo's thing, so I'm not getting anyone from here. Let's do this. Did that come up? Hey, there we go. Oh, good. So I guess everything's working. I guess because I'm still sort of signed in under Pablo. If you'll notice I'm ZBrush Guides, Make It Happen, and ZBrush Pablo. I guess it didn't reboot, so my restream is still under Pablo. Okay, whatever. At least I know I'm out there and I'm streaming on everything. I don't know what the Microsoft thing is. Does anybody remember what that thing's called? But I never see anyone on that. I don't know. It hasn't caught yet, so who knows? So once again, to all of those who are out there, and I have no idea how many of you are out there, I'm just working on things that I'm working on. If you have any questions about techniques, forms, or anything like that, do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly stop what I'm doing and kind of, get you up and running on whatever you need. My friend Harry is sending me funny memes. He keeps me entertained. It's the alien face hugger, and it says free mask. Makes me happy. Oh, awesome. I'm glad you signed up. It's really funny. I'm trying to get, I have my ZBrush Central or ZBrush Jewelry Workshop through thing at Ryan's, and for some reason I can't get in, so I have a mailing list of 200 people who want to take the class, but I can't get to the mailing list right now. So it's this never-ending fight with fucking technology that makes me absolutely insane. Oh, I'm not supposed to cuss on ZBrush's stream. Sorry guys, my bad. Trying to keep it family friendly. But oh my gosh, it is so absolutely frustrating. I can't even see straight. Technology is always hosing me, and I have no idea how I decided to have a career based on technology. I don't know if it's helping me much. Yeah. It is definitely a never-ending conflict, that's for sure. So basically, I guess what I'm saying is if anyone needs anything, please feel free to ask. Do not hesitate. I will gladly stop what I'm doing to help you with whatever issues you're having. Well, as well as I can. I heard our friend Charlie, I guess they had an earthquake in Idaho or something like that. And I was kind of like, haha, you finally get earthquakes. I lived in LA. I was living in LA, visiting San Francisco when the San Francisco quake hit. I was living in Los Angeles, or living in San Francisco, visiting Los Angeles when the Los Angeles quake hit. And I was living in Los Angeles, visiting Mexico City when the Mexico City quake hit. So it got to a point where people did not want me to visit. It was okay if I lived there, but if I was visiting, you were doomed. So I was like, haha, I wasn't visiting, so maybe my luck has changed with earthquakes. All right. But really, now Kansas is having big earthquake. I had no idea. That's you learn something new every day, don't you? I would not have suspected that. So we have this. We're gonna have this. We have to make a fly a scarret here. Bump, 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 bump. A stylized rock as in a piece of geography or as in the wrestler? Not being a smartass, I'm serious. I've worked with both, so. So you're trying to make stones or rocks? Okay, yeah, here I'll show you a quickie trick about rocks. I don't know what style you're talking about stylizing, but come on, stop that. I just completely trashed this brush. I don't know what I just did. All right, so I don't know what kind of rock you're necessarily talking about, but let us do this. W, make it a cube, boop. And let's just go to a Z modeler real quick. And we'll drag that out some. Drag that in some. All right. Kind of a rocky shape here. Okay. And divide it. Get some geometry into it. That's not good. No house is falling apart because of fracking. It never fails. Someone's greedy butt is going to do something to trash your environment so they can get something. I don't know. It makes me nuts. My allergies are not getting any better. Yeah, the never-ending promise of human greed is something that still I find quite frustrating, I might say. All right, so I'm just giving you a random form here, right? Now, one of the things that I find that's really good for rocks is crumple. So you get your crumple brush in here, right? Get your brush big, and then go in one direction. And you can see I'm stroking well past. Here, let's go back. So you can see this, and I'm stroking, and I'm just going back and forth just a little bit. And you can see it. Now, the more you stroke out, the weirder it gets, right? So you have a lot of control over what you're doing by the length of your stroke. If that makes any sense, right? You can see that stroking it a long way makes it really jittery, but just stroking it a little. And then usually I'll come in with like flatten or H polish, one or the other. And I'll come in real quick and just decide which ones are my planes. And this gives you a nice like strata feel, you know, where you can get, you just come in, tune it up a little. right? I went a little crazy on this side. And you're starting to define, you know, your little stratifications and stuff. But the nice thing I like about this tool is, you know, once again, it's instilling a little randomness, because no matter how groovy you think your brain works, it isn't random. So, you know, you could come back in and get that. I tend to use layer at this point as well, because you can come in and kind of separate some of these out. And you can build these up just sort of like layer by layer, right? And that will allow you to kind of dictate that striation stuff again. And you can kind of creep up on it that way. Now let's go back a little, and I'm going to do this a little less dramatic, because you can see that has quite a bit of work to get back to it. But you see it sort of has that striation, sort of flinty, sort of chipped rock sort of thing. So I think that this is the fastest way to get to a nice organic form. I also use this for tree bark. I like it for, like, you know, big oak bark or whatever. Okay, so we're here. And let's say you want your, whoa, everybody come back here, right? And let's say, you know, I kind of see these lumps. So I want the striation, you know, I want the pattern of the rock kind of go like this, right? So I come, I grab crumple, and then you don't have to reposition it. Obviously, it's just your stroke pattern, right? But I'm going to just kind of creep it in where there's out hanging. See, that's too much, so I'm just going to do one big stroke and then come over here and sort of follow the same pattern, right? And so I'm getting this directionality going. Now, you may want to come back in and knock some of that down. And so then you just get this come back. That's too much. Come back, and you can work it in how you want. The other nice thing is going in circles, like this kind of brush pattern. And so let me grab, I'm in crumple. Let's get our brush size there. And it will also give you some interesting sort of, you know, textury crumple forms, right? And you can see how you're starting to form. This is more like a bunch of different rocks kind of. So I'm coming up here, and then you can see that the other thing you can do, hold on, let's get mask to be 100. I want sharper masks. So, you know, we want this to be different. Just mask it off. Grab your crumple. Right? And that's how you can get very different areas. And let's go back here, and let's say you want something that's, where's my flatten. So I'm going to come in here and define sort of some base shapes that I like, right? But let's say you want a definite striation, right? So I'm going to take this and make that a striated layer. By then coming in, I'm going to take clay tubes and just knock it, knock it, shit, this keyboard is so small. Okay. Knock it back. Grab crumple, boop, and go with that angle, right? And if you're very disciplined, you can make these shorter and longer. You know, how you stroke completely depends on how this is going to look. And let's take that and move that back down. Just fuddle-futz with it for a second. Oop. Shift it, smooth, come back out here. And the thing about crumple is that it sort of works with the textures that are there. It doesn't work on a flat surface. It kind of drags texture. So if you come back in and just give it a rough idea of where you want some of your detail, right? But you can see I want these to look like they're, you know, kind of bigger, bouldery sort of things. We'll just quickly throw some forms into them, right? And what that crumple is going to do. And now let's go back to crumple. Now if you'll notice, I'm going to make it big. I'm just going to do one big back and forth. Boom. And then a little crumply. Make it smaller. Right. So it has a different feel. And so it's going in a different direction. Right, and you can quickly get really nice form, and you know, you just follow it in, and you get, come on, stop. You know, you get some weird pinchy stuff. But like trim dynamic works pretty well on this too. So you can just knock that stuff back and then layer and just kind of layer it up in clumps. But you can see the problem that this is, you are going to have to remesh this, okay? Because unless you're doing this last, you can see that it's a pretty destructive brush, right? You're really trashing the mesh, and you can see how just coming over with this is SK Trim Smooth Polish. This is one of Sakaki's brushes, and you can see I'm just kind of knocking some of the chaos back, and you just stroke it along the plane you want. All right. And that's an easy way to at least get some rough positioning of some stylized rock. Yeah, of course you can. There should be a complete GoZ list where it goes directly to those programs. I think it's Maya, Cinema 4D. One sec. Oops, that's the wrong one. GoZ programs. So 3D Studio Max, Maya, Cinema 4D, Photoshop, Sculptress Alpha, but they also have GoZ to DAZ. That's new. So it'll go to DAZ, 3D Studio Max, Maya, Cinema 4D, and Sculptress. Oh, it has a GoZ to Blender too. So there's a Blender GoZ as well. Yeah, you can send these models to a lot of programs, but Maya was one of the first ones that they incorporated into because it's really designed, you know, to help with. It initially started as that program that you'd bring your models in from Maya and you'd do the sculpting stuff. Oh yeah, Modo. I used to use Modo. Before Z Modeler, I did all my block up in Modo, but I think my last Modo is 9.0 902, so I'm a few years out of Moto. I'm working on some of that smiley face fashion stuff for Marvo, the fashion company Marvo. And then kind of playing with thinking about how to make cutting dies for die pressing. And whatever you guys want me to work on. Right now we're working on how to make stylized rocks. So, I'm open for anything. Did that help, by the way? Where were we? Well, I'll tell you I can't type, right? I'm dyslexic. I mean, like, catastrophically dyslexic. I mean, there are those people who's like, I'm dyslexic. No, I'm really dyslexic. And doing keyboard shortcuts is the biggest nightmare in the world for me. So I just pull all the tools I need, and they're all out here. So I just tap. There are a few shortcuts I use, but face. I'm not sure what that is. Face. What did I miss? Anish, I'm sorry. Oh, modeling. Can we move our model to other? Yes, you can. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, it's taken 16 years for me to wrap my... The problem is that on every beta test, they come up with new and awesome tools that I need to pull out and onto my interface. So I have the ever-expanding interface. One of my students, I'm starting a new class, and one of my students from one of the old classes was, well, would it be worth it to take the class again? And I was like, you were before 4R7. I mean, like, she took it a long time ago, and it's like, oh yeah, the workflow has changed so dramatically since then. It's crazy how much the workflow has changed. All right. Lumpy rock. Yeah, no, it's good entertainment. All right, so hopefully that was informational on how to make a rock. I mean, obviously I was not being very careful here, but you can be very accurate with what you need in ZModeler. Get your block up going. And like I said, like if you needed striations and stuff that are at a specific angle, it can be in or out, and you can set your scene up pretty well. Just quickly block out the rough shape you want, and then use that to go back in and just wiggle in some form to it. Oh no, that's how I run my stream. Is I'm far more interested in helping you and answer your questions than I am getting anything done. I almost never accomplish anything in my threads or my streams. Like every once in a while someone asks me to like run a model from block up to finish, and I'll do that. But, I'll always stop for questions. I mean, that's really the whole thing for... Yeah, ZModeler is awesome. No, I mean, once I used to do all my block up in Moto, and there's still a handful of things that Moto does great. Like, I really liked how Moto's fall off works. So you can really pick a shape and then draw to the outside edges of that fall off. And I really wish ZBrush had fall off in the same way Moto does, because I used to use it a lot. But I mean, it's just different ways of working, Okay, well, I'm very... Hi, Ricardo. How's it going? Yes, this is ZModeler right here. You turn your grid on. You go to ZModeler. And then what it is as I roll over this face and hold down the space bar, these are all the different things that can be done to that poly face. If you look at the edge, these are all the different things that can work on the edge. And if you roll over a point, those are all the different things you can do to a point. And now, how ZModeler sort of... Now, if you'll notice, I do very little with ZModeler because, well, I'm a sculptor. So I would prefer to sculpt stuff in than do everything in ZModeler. So I try for the smallest model possible. Because at the end of the day, if I can get my base model around in that 700 polygroups, what that allows me to do is have an 8 subdivision model and be in that 1 to 5 million polys. So that's someplace I can work very easily with a bunch of subdivisions. Now, okay, so let me find something that has some sculpture in it. Is this one? No, that's not it. Hold on, let's go to a ring. All right, so we're just going to pick a ring here. So we have some detail, right? And this is 1 million poly. So this does not have subdivision levels. So let me, do I have one of these? Well, let's just, no, these are all, okay. So a lot of people work in Dynamesh. I almost never work in Dynamesh. There are times when I will work in Dynamesh. Let's say on this, right? All of a sudden I want these big bridges coming up here, right? Well, the best place to do that is Dynamesh. And this is a decimated mesh. It's not a Dynamesh, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, this mesh is decimated. But this is still the best place to work on this. Oh, thank you. Right? So this is a place that I'm now... We're going to start a little bit into the process, and then I'll re-show you like kind of what you're asking. So I've reached a point. I needed to do some bridging. I can't go back to my base quad model and do this. You can, but this is, trust me, this is easier. Dynamesh it, and we're going to just... I'm just making this up. I don't want to hear any snotty comments from my viewers about this being an ugly design. I have some harsh critics on here on my stream sometimes. So let's say, let's turn symmetry on. I want these sort of bridges. And going back to base geometry is really a crap way of doing this particular thing. Most of the time I will do stuff in quad geometry. But here we need a mesh because I'm going to use, no, clay tubes is what I'm shooting for here. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn on Snake Hook. I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro because I want some nice big bridges here, okay? So this is something that is very easily done at this point with a Dynamesh. So this is a place where I would Dynamesh, okay? Or decimate, one way or the other. Because I want to do this. All right. Oh, we still need to come over more. Because I want these to bridge, and I want this to be a solid model. Okay. So I'm going to get this into place, kind of where I want it to be, and then I'm going to lower my geometry level here, and I'm just going to get a little bit mesh in there. Right, so now I have this bridge that I want, and I now have these holes. So this, oh God, what did I tell it to do? If we pause, give me a second, it's thinking. Okay, there we go. I'm going to grab inflate and just inflate this down. Turn Sculptress Pro off. And I'm just going to inflate this down. So we have a nice solid thing there. Get some thickness in here. My smoothing isn't working. And you notice I have some overlapping, right? So I now have this coming into this model, and then I've kind of done that a little. We're going to take clay and fill that in just so we don't get weirdness there. Just going to fill that up just a touch. Just kind of give it a ridge there. All right, so now, but right, this isn't one mesh. So, but I don't want to dynamesh this anymore because I don't want to destroy this geometry. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go W, come in here, remesh by union first. Yeah, I think I will, because I really think that constraining fall off, I just don't know if it's something that can be. See, the problem with like the polygon modeling programs compared to how ZBrush thinks is a little different. ZBrush isn't thinking in those polygon surfaces. It's almost more like point cloud analysis. So some of that stuff that seems like it would be an easy transition, it isn't. And yeah, you know, it's tricky. It's weird what works and what doesn't. So you can see by remesh by union, it's done a Boolean add, right? You can see that that's not coming into that anymore. So we now created one shell. And so now I need my quad model back. And how we're going to do that is we're going to duplicate this. We're going to take this Z mesh down to 1, and I'm going to turn symmetry on because I want it to be symmetrical in the same way this is. And sometimes what it'll do is it'll give you stray geometry along the seams. So when I Z remesh, I like to have symmetry on. And we'll go ahead and detect edges just so it'll retain some of that sharpness. It might give us some different polygroups. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You can go in and change the angle. I'm not bothering with any of that. So now let's Z remesher. And this is going to take a little bit more time because it's thinking about symmetry. So, 10K, give me 1 second. Sorry, I don't have a model with the high geometry yet. So I need to, I'll just show that transition. We're going to Z remesh. I'm going to reproject to this, and then I'll show you how to do it. These models have been decimated, so I don't have a high poly model in this model. So if you're patient, and then I'll show you also, Reaper will talk about the subdivision levels, right? Doom, 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 doom. Normally, it'll Z-remesh quicker than this, but because I have the quad symmetry on, it has to analyze the symmetry, break it into quads, make sure they line up. So it's a slightly arduous process for it. Hopefully I'm not freezing. If we freeze, it's the CPU. Oh no, there we go. Okay. So you can see, let's look at our geometry. Now we lost that ridge because I have it so low, but that's okay. I'm just going to hit Z-remesh one more time, and it'll clean some of that up. See, we still had that pinch. Let's undo that once. And we had this pinch in here, and I do not want that pinch in there. That's weird. So turn on Sculptris Pro and get rid of it. Whenever you have weird geometry down here, often it's just better to grab Sculptris Pro, zank it out, get it to where it is, close holes, hit Sculptris Pro again. All right. I think that's the only place where there's real ugly geometry. You're just trying to help it, because it tries to get some of that weird geometry. Like if there are pinches and pulls and stuff, it's going to try to put that in your resymmetry or Z-remeshing. Goodness gracious, I'm having a hard time talking. And so you're just trying to give it less things to think about when it's trying to reevaluate those forms. And why I'm doing this is because I now have pretty different geometry, and it's trying to reevaluate the geometry in sets. So if you just give it kind of homogenized geometry, it likes it a little better. So we did our change. We had some weirdnesses on this one, so I'm just kind of redoing that. And then there we go. And now we'll just do it one more time. Z-remesh. Good, I'm glad. I mean, that's kind of why I'm here, trying to get the word out. Make your workflows a little easier. It's funny because a lot of people, when you're doing stuff for gaming and for film, you have different demands on your geometry than you do when you're trying to manufacture and go to print. And I think that a lot of the sculpting techniques and stuff that I use are applicable all the way around, because no matter what, whether it's artificial light reflectivity or real light reflectivity, in a lot of ways, we're still trying for the same things. The nice thing about doing stuff for gaming and film is that, well, you can add your own highlights. You can paint things up to get them to where they're working. You have a lot of control over what is seen, where when you're trying to come out of the computer and actually go into manufacturing, you really have to pay attention to what's going to wind up coming out of the machine. And those are the habits and stuff I try to teach, is trying to figure out what is you're actually going to get. So I know it's a little different, but at the end of the day, I think they're actually a lot of the same skill set. Now you can see that Z-remesh is a lot cleaner than the one that we started with. And I think I'm okay with that one. We're going to divide. And where's our... And you can already see that we should probably do a little rearranging before we project to this one. Right, this is shrunk some. Hold on, transparency. When we divided, you can see that some of this stuff isn't quite placed anymore, right? It'll kind of contract when you do the Z remeshing and the smoothing stuff. So I'm just going to come in here and I'm just going to grab some of this, and you can tell I'm not being super careful. 51 is way too strong. But I'm just going to kind of push some of this stuff back to where it kind of needs and wants to be. Right, you can come down here and you can see that this has sort of become sloppy, so I'm going to drag that out and kind of bring that down. And then you can see these holes are... And why I'm doing this is because when I reproject, I'm telling it where it's going to reproject. It's not going to be getting all weird. And let me tell you, reprojection can get really weird really quick if you have planes that are crossing different surfaces. So I'm just trying to get the stuff where it's going to project well. And it's just coming in and using a little common sense and getting your stuff behind the surfaces that you want projecting. And this is move elastic, and that's why this is going back and forth a little. You could do it with move or something, but this is the tool I've selected, so I'll just use it. And I'm just trying to get stuff behind the surfaces and sort of near the surfaces because I know what my projection distance is, right? So I'm just going to come in here, move that around a touch. All right, we're pretty close. Now the only other thing I want to make sure of is that this is going to be a sloppy projection here. So I'm going to go Y, turn on my radial symmetry, and then I can move this a little bit more into place so it's not going to project really wonky. And that's still a little bizarro, so let's just take clay and we're just going to fill that space up a little. And that we're making sure is these corners are where you get a lot. So I don't know if you can see how I'm judging this, right? You can see how that's pale blue, right? That's my material. It is now on the outside of the thing below it. That's now on the inside of the surface below it. And since I'm projecting, I kind of want this stuff a little on the inside, or it projects better. So we kind of played with it. Let's do our quad, and let's just make sure this surface is sorry. Right, and I just want this a little closer to the surface so we get a good projection. You can see that's not quite there, so that's close. Let's just get this in a little. All right. So that's pretty close. So come up here, hold down Control, click that little orange guy. That is now our history state. I'm going to come here and I'm going to go project. Hi games, how's it going? And now this is going to project to the history state. You can either use project all, which is projecting to the shell, to the inside, or the negative normals of the model, right? It's the positive normals are looking for the closest negative normals within the projection range, and it then goes to. Where project history thinks about it just a little bit differently, and I've wound up getting cleaner projections out of projection history with fewer artifacts than I do when I'm doing it with project all. Ba-dump. So now we have our model. back to the resolution it was. And now I have my subdivision levels. See this little thing right here? This weird jump right here? That is a projection artifact. You can kind of see them in here as well. These are projection artifacts. And these are the things you need to avoid when you're projecting. So you want to definitely come back around and look where the projections may have gone through. And these are the artifacts I'm talking about, what we're trying to avoid when we're doing our projections, right? And so here, let me take this and show you. So you can see that this, because of how it was facing or whatever, this normal is out here looking for the closest, and you can see it kind of reached out over here. So this normal is reaching for a surface that it thinks the negative normal that it's trying to reach to is. And these are projection artifacts. When I talk about projection artifacts, I'm talking about that exact thing right there. And you want to be careful when you're projecting. That's why a lot of people change your projection distance and they're like, oh, well, that'll get to it. Well, the higher your projection distance is, the more weird of those artifacts you're going to wind up getting. And so you can see it just come in and I tune it up a little. And what's really nice is I've done this. I can go to my history brush and do it, or I can do it with a projection brush. Turn this back on. Go to ZBrush, and I can come back in here and just get back to that projection area pretty quick. Now I'm going to bring it up to higher res, and then that will allow me to kind of get in there and make that a little cleaner. All right, so hold on, let's get this out of this model. Append, delete. All right, so here we go. We have our little model, and it's high res, right? That's only 1.56 mil. So there are a couple of ways of dealing with your resolutions, okay? I don't know what you consider a high-res model. Nope, there's another projection artifact. Okay, so you're here, you're working on your model. And yeah, it got in all four of those, funny. So you can see these were reaching all the way up there. Come on. There you go. Just smooth these back in. Sorry, my throat's scratchy. Vasa? Yay. All right. I can't stand it when those are there, so we're going to fix them. So let's get back to this. So Reaper, we're going to get the U in tensity, sorry. Here are, so you're pretty far along in your model, right? So there are two different things. Are you going to wind up decimating this model, or can you use this model at high res? That's the first question. How are you going to use the model? I'm going to come back in here and give me that information, and then I'll kind of show you what we can do. No. Don't be silly. I have allergies is what I have, Carmi. Have you noticed my throat scratchy every time I stream? No corona yet. Who knows? I don't really get out, so this is the only place I could get it, or the grocery store. And if you saw me at the grocery store, you'd laugh. I have my mask, and I got my little gloves, and I got a bottle of isopropyl alcohol that I spray everything down with. So I'm a fairly safe individual because I have a 77-year-old asthmatic smoker at home, and I've been house sitting for my friends, right? And her mother's there, and she ain't dying on my watch. So, well, you say, let's say high res. So is it going to a film or a game asset? I mean, are you going to decimate it? That's the question. Are you ever going to break it down so it, you know? Oh, good. So basically, right, we have this model. It's 1.5 million polys. And let's say you need to make some very fine lines on it. Well, you can see here, we don't have the geometry for that. So there are two different times I'm going to deal with this. Either I'm going to do what I just did, right? I'm going to take this, I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to Z-remesh it. I might Z-remesh this with a little bit more. Let's just go 1. Now that's higher than I would normally want in my model. So I would then Z-remesh it. And when we come down here to our base model, I reproject a lot. I re-topologize quite often in my process. And I'm about to show you why. So we're going to let this remesh, because if you wanted to stay at a high polygon process, you need the geometry in the area you need your geometry, right? So we know that we're going to need geometry here, right? So I'm going to come in with ZModeler, and I'm literally going to insert edges, boop. I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to add geometry here. Right? Now you are adding geometry elsewhere because this is a round thing. If it were the square thing, we could just do insets, but since this is round, and then I'm going to do it again. Right? Whoa. I don't know what that was. Not what I want it to do, though. And just try to break it out, you know, fairly evenly. No. Boop. You can be a little more accurate than it. Stop that. Right, so, you know, it's roughly much smaller squares. So now when I divide up and I reproject, hold down Control, tap my orange thing here until it turns white. That's my history state. Come back down here. I'm going to project history. That's really annoying. you hate ZModeler. ZModeler is a fantastic thing. It's super good. So now when we're back up here, we have, one second, I'm going to just quickly smooth this out. Right, and now you can see that we have plenty of geometry in this scale, right? Now, the other way to go about this is we're back here, and let's say this is, you've twisted or you've done something where your geometry isn't good in this area, right? We just don't have enough geometry here to do it, but everything else is pretty close. You know, you've gotten everything else where you want it, but there's just a little area that you can't get right, okay? So this is when I'll come here and I'll just know, I know that I have to deal with this area, right? Or these three little areas. I know they're going to be a problem. So before I go to print, you know, my final step is decimate. So I'm going to decimate this down to 1,000,000 polys. Now, ZModeler is actually a fantastic tool, but literally I use it very, very low poly, and that low poly allows me multiple subdivisions, or allows me the most out of my subdivisions. And Reaper, if you're still around, I'll show you kind of why I want at least 8 subdivision levels. But let's get, whoa, what just happened there? I don't know why that did that. That's super weird. And something funny happened here. Oh well, whatever. Okay, so we've now reached this point, right, where we don't have enough geometry for that stroke. Now up here, did I have the geometry in this one? No, I didn't. Okay, so I was going to say you can history back to you. Why is it doing that? What is going on? I don't know why everything's flipping around all of a sudden. Okay, so we're here. You don't have the resolution to do it. I've decimated down to my 1,000,000 polys. Everything else is ready. I just need this one area, and let's say I need a really sharp line here. All we do is we turn Sculptress Pro on, hold down Shift, and I like to put my Sculptress Pro on my Shift, but not on my clay tubes. So I still have, on clay tubes, I still have back face masking on, because I want my clay tubes brush to still act like my clay tubes brush, which it does not in Sculptress Pro. So now I come in and make my brush bigger. Why is my brush so small? Is Q on? All right, that's weird. Let's make our brush a little bigger. What is going on? Something weird is happening here. I'm not quite sure what's going on with my brush. Yeah, it's weird. my brush is nowhere to be found. We are acting really strange. Quick save. So when weird things like this happen in ZBrush, and weird things tend to happen in ZBrush for me because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Sometimes I don't reboot. No. Today's a weird computer day. Come on. You can do it. No, come on. Let us see what it's doing. That is absolutely weird. I don't know why my normals got all flipped around, but whatever. So we're decimated down to 1 million points, right? So now I need to come back in here. Now, I've only decimated because the rest of my ring is ready to go, right? I just know that I have this handful of areas that I know I'm going to need to add geometry. Okay, I can see my brush. That's a good sign. Let's change focal length to 0. Let's use smooth stronger. Let's go to clay tubes. Back face masking is on. Hold down shift. Turn on Sculptris Pro. Skip that. So now let's go in here and look at this and look at what's happening. So now I know that I want more geometry here. And that's pretty close to where we're at. So let's add a little bit more geometry by making our brush smaller. And all I'm doing right now is prepping the mesh for the tighter detail by adding more geometry where I need it. Now I use smooth because I can have back face masking turned off on it. And it's not one of my brushes, but I have access to it by hitting smooth, right? So this way I can add geometry or remove geometry anywhere I want while I'm in Sculptris Pro. So, so now I'm going to come in and get the geometry where I want. I'm going to take my rake tool and let's go out here and see what we have. Take the rake tool and put my lines in. Now, I want them a little bigger. Yeah. Now, if you notice, I have back face masking on, so this is not working as a Sculptris Pro brush. So rake does work okay as a Sculptris Pro brush. And so this way I've come in, and now I can come in here, add the detail I want, only to the area I want. I'm getting clean, nice clean forms. If I want to then come back in and tighten this up more, I'm going to grab, let's say, orb cracks and make it smaller. And I'm going to come in and add geometry where I need to keep it as clean as I need. It's a little too much, but that's okay. I think you'll get the idea of what I'm going with here. Right, and so you can come back in and you can put absolutely as much detail as you want in Sculptris Pro by just making your brush smaller. And you can see that I can come in here and add a lot of detail. Now, remember how see how this is all crinky? It's because the sculpture, see how big this mesh is? This is a bigger mesh. Now, if you notice up here, it won't be that, oops, sorry. Here, it won't be quite that crunky because there's plenty of geometry there. So you're not getting this weird hop in geometry. And what I mean by hop in geometry is you have this much smaller geometry trying to go to, so you see here, it has a much harder time bridging those gaps because in Sculptris Pro, it jumps from point to point. And so if it doesn't have points close to it, here, let's get over here where there's some big, you can see how it's reaching out, trying to find the geometry. And you can see where it gets weird. And let's come back out here. And you're going to get this weird, crimpy, reachy, squishy geometry. So that's why it's easier to come back in, smooth it first. Ooh, that's mask, not smooth. Smooth it first. Right? And you're getting rid of that geometry before you then come back in. And, oops, come on. And putting your little detail in there, because you got to remember that's tiny. That's more detail than you're ever going to need. But you have the capacity to put it wherever you need to off of a decimated mesh. So this way, once you decimate your mesh down and get it ready for export to whatever you're doing, you can then come back in with Sculptris Pro, add geometry where you need it, and then do your final pass before you go out. Does that make sense? So depending on if it's something that is a final tiny detail before you go out, or if it's, oh, I need more geometry in a big area, are two different ways in how I deal with it. Because you can see here, you know, let's say, I always use this example, but let's say you need to put my name on your ring, really tiny right here. You just get to where you want to be. And this will make it clearer because we have big geometry over here. I'm holding down Sculptris Pro. I'm adding some geometry where I need it. And then I'm going to zoom in. And I'm going to add geometry that I need. And then I'm going to come in. And I'm going to write my name. Well, let's do something a little sharper there. Actually, that's the brush I want. Well, why is that? It's a soft brush, but you can see that. But let's actually get to reality here. W, Y, no. There we go. So that letter is that? Yeah, so that's 70 microns. So, needless to say, you're never going to need to print that small on anything. Right? So, you can get detail where you need it without a question. I don't know why that's... Should be able to get even smaller than that. That's being big for some reason. My brush size isn't quite cutting it right now, but you can get the idea. Yes. Well, as long as you have, what is it called? It's, it comes set up that way. I think that's the default, but your, is Sculptris Pro under brush? It's so funny. I set these, I think it's under brush. I can never remember where. Once I get everything set, I can never remember where the hell. Because I don't touch them after that usually. It's always like this. Someone asks. But it comes set up that way. I know it's on that side, so it's under brush. I'm pretty sure. Oh, there it is right there, Sculptris Pro. So enable, see adaptive size and combined. So that's why I have it on enable and use global. And so adaptive size is based on your brush size. So if you always want it to be at a certain mesh content, you can turn this off. And you set the size you want for Sculptris Pro. But I find just how I use it, I find the adaptive size and combined to be the best tool for me. So that's under brushes, Sculptris Pro, adaptive size and combine. Right? And use global just makes it that way. I'm not changing any of this. I'm just doing that now. That enables it for me to be able to do that, right? So now, Reaper, are you still here? Well, it's so funny. I'm sorry about your name. My dyslexia, all I see is tenacity, and I don't think that's what that says, right? Is that tenacity? But every time I look at it, I'm dyslexic, and I see tenacity, and in my brain, I know that's not right. But we all get to deal with that. Sorry. I apologize for name massacring as we go on. Reaper, are you still around? Let us do this. I know I've made an ugly thing here. Boop. That's so funny because that's all I see. See, dyslexia is beautiful. I knew your intentions. All right, here, let's turn that off. Let's turn this into a cube. Let us look at our geometry frame. What do we have here? I want this to be 1. Boop. All right. For those of you wondering see how this is all twisted. If you have a flat plane, you can take your gizmo, tap on the plane, and that's going to be 90 degrees to the surface you touch, and then just hit reorient. There we go. Reorient, and then hit center, go home, and now your little groover's centered. Now, come to Z Modeler. All right, turn symmetry off real quick. No, I do critique sessions live. It's usually the last Monday of the month. But if you, by some reason, can't show up there and you want something done, like you're like, oh no, I'm doing this, I'd love your opinion before tomorrow or something, I'm happy to do it whenever. But I tend to do it at the end of the month, because that way everybody kind of gets a chance to watch, and I think that's super helpful. But no, I do critique. And I mean, if you wanted a critique session not live and separately, I mean, we have Skype, and I'd be happy to do that as well. So I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to all that. Whatever you would like. Oh, you bastard. Sorry. This little keyboard. I'm used to my full-size keyboard, and I get all muddle-fisted on these keyboards, so I apologize for my sloppy keyboarding here. All right, so we got our little snake groover here. Snake's just the easiest way to show you. I wonder if I can. Ooh, we're going to try Noisemaker. Just to do this quickly. Divide, 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 divide. Oops. We don't need 14 million. Lower. All right, so we have our groover here. No, I don't want 56 million lower polys. I get button happy on my divisions there. Yeah, it's super fun. I don't know, I tend to like it a great deal. So Noisemaker is in Surface, Noise, Noise Plug, I think. Yeah, so let's go to Scales. Is display on? It should show me over here. Did I just crash? Sorry, I don't use Noisemaker, so come on. Now did it actually apply it? No, it did not. All right, so let's go to noise plugin. That doesn't much look like scales, does it? All right, whatever. I'm not going to get too tied up into this. I never really, like I said, I don't use this, so it's not something I use. But let's see, okay. And we'll apply to mesh, whatever. So we have this pattern. I really want it scales. Why isn't that? I was looking for an easy way to get scales on there, and I'm not seeing it. So we're going to cheat. And here. We'll do a quick scale this way. Where's my plane? Plane. Delete lower. Plane. There. Oh, there it is. Hey Forge, how's it going? Turn that off. We need to divide this up. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. And then we are going to take, oh, for Christ's sake, here. I'll just do this quick. Clay tubes. Let's use you. I think we crashed there. Yeah. All right. So we're going to take this. We're going to make it slightly more 38. Draw size. Did I lose my brush size again? That is so strange. Oh no, this is just big. 1. All right. Turn that down some. Turn this back on. Boom. 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 That was 38. That's close enough spit on. Normally if, oh, come on. Oh, you are annoying. That's fine. Okay. Yep. 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 I'm just making some fast scales that have a little bit of detail. In this way, I can show him about the I can't believe that I don't actually have any of my good scale alphas on this. You have no idea how many times I've hand sculpted scales. Normally I won't, I'll even just hand sculpt these onto whatever I'm working on. I'm not a big alpha user, but this process actually doesn't suck. I know this is super exciting. I do have a point. It is coming. I just needed some scales that have some dimensionality to them. So next, go get clay tubes. Yeah, these are just some really fast. I just need something that has some detail, and most of the alphas aren't going to give me what I want, so I can show our friend about subtools. So I'm giving this some texture because I want you to see the whole point of our subdivision levels. In having a little detail here helps. Now I would make this a repeating tile, obviously, but I'm not going to do that for you. All right, so we got some baby texture in there. Let's get our little ridgy going on there. All right. All right, and come back in and just do a little different texture from the backside. Okay. So now we have a scale that is dimensional, that has some texture on it. And we're so excited with our scales. I'm going to take planar and flatten one side off. And this is where the repeating tile works really nicely, but I don't care. This isn't necessarily about how to make tiles. So close enough spit on. Make our brush a little bigger here. Extractor from brush, start there. Boop. There we go. Oh shit, we have a history state. I wonder if that's going to be weird. Is that not square? Okay, that's close enough to work. So let's come back to our little groover here. And so, what axis is that? That's X. Let's go symmetry X, radius, let's say 6. That might do it. No, too much crossover. Why is that not? Now that is truly weird. I do not know. Don't know. Extractor has directionality. That's fascinating. Okay, well, we'll just do it this way. Simple enough. As you can see, this is not a perfect matching scale thing, but you can make this a repeating pattern pretty easily. All right, so now you have your high poly model and you have all your scales, right? And you've laid this out. You've laid this out straight and you're like, okay, well now I need to pose it. Oh, but I've already sculpted my scales. So this is why having a ton of subdivision levels is super helpful, because let's go down. We're going to go to our very basic and look at our geometry, right? I do not like that. Go back up there. Oh, this little keyboard's bothering me today. I got big old club hands. And so now, we got, no, that's not what we're going to do. I'm going to take move elastic. And I'm going to drag you around like this. Grab move and move my nose. Now, you'll notice though is that I'm going to try to get my, remember the size of these squares, right? So, no, I want Z. I put on Z because that's going to move it from the front and the back, right? So I'm going to move my little guy here. And the key is trying to keep these rectangles the same size to one another. Because as you reproject up, as you go up, it reprojects to each subdivision level. And instead of distorting, here, we'll do it this way too. Look, we've posed our snake. How dramatic and wonderful. Right? Ta-da. So now as we come back up, you can see that you get a little motion in there where the scales have plied around, but you're not getting outrageous distortion where you can't use this model, right? You can see a kind of, this got a little squished or whatever, but that's a much easier process than trying to resculpt it later. And, you know, if there are little areas, you can come back in and readjust it to where you want it to be and kind of re-squish it and get it to where you want it. Now, these are noisy. You can see this got squished when I shortened that. I kind of pushed all that up. But it allows you to retain texture as well as being able to use posability. And right now, hold on, let's divide that one more time. That'll take us to 14. Okay, so that's 14 million polys. And I have 10 subdivision levels. So at 3 million polys, I had 9 subdivision levels. That's great. That's a lot of subdivisions, which allow you. Now, this is where the other thing that it's super grateful over. What were the texts about? I'm sorry, I field probably 300 emails a day. It's chaotic. What were they about? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I would have noticed them. Okay. Ryan. My mom's sending me how to wipe down boxes. Oh, well, Ryan's email is just Ryan at ZBrush Workshops. I didn't get anything from you. Did you write my number down correctly? Yeah, no, that's the best way to do it. Let's try it one more time. Text me right now, and no, I lose emails, sadly. It's hard. Like I said, I field 180 to 300 emails a day with people asking me questions. There are a lot of people who want free information. And because I'm willing to give it out, I get a lot of it. Text me right now and see if it comes through. And it should work. Sorry. Okay, so the other issue here is cleanup. So when you're at, let's say, 14 million polys, and I use smooth stronger always. Well, just text me a test and we'll make sure that it works. This is why a lot of people don't like working in high resolution, is because they're like, oh, well, we have all these bumps and I want to get it smooth. And even at smooth stronger, you can see that you're never going to get that out. So they're like, oh, I need a polish, or I need a, well, no, all you need is, there we go. I think it's plural. It might be. Ta-da! So you can see that here is your issue. So when you're sculpting in high res and you're trying to get that, well, I just lowered a few. You relax the mesh. Come on. Right? And that gets all those wonky dents out. Right? Higher res. And so this is an interesting thing that you'll be able to see when we go higher res. And you can see how it sort of leaves the residue of the change symmetry off. And you just have to come back in and just tap it as you go up in your resolution levels, right? But you see how there's, I smoothed this completely off, and now we'll go higher res, and you can see that those scales start to come back a little. So you just want to tap these out, but this is what it's doing after you've moved, right? It has subdivision sort of memory, and it's going to try to put that detail back. So that way we can just come back in, and now we're back at 14 million polys, and look, I have very smooth surfaces. They're not lumpy. And here, hold on, let's give you some lumps. So this is the kind of stuff you're never smoothing out of a 14 million poly model. It's just not going to happen. And this is why people are like, oh, well, I can't work at high poly models. That's because they're using Dynamesh and they have no subdivision levels. Where here, let's just go back down. Boop. Get rid of those lumps. High res. You're going to start to see some of the lumps again. Just smooth them. Higher res. Smooth them. Just go back over the little surface again. Higher res. Smooth them. One more higher res. Now we're back at our 14 million polys. And look, we have no lumps. We have a very clean, smooth surface. So that's why I want as many subdivision levels as I can, because smoothing, I have complete control over my model. So those things that are super beneficial and quick that you can do in low poly modeling, well, you can do. You just go back down to low poly and do that. And then you come back up and you tune and refine your detail. So it allows you to do some really good stuff, right? Let's lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, inflate. And now we higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res. And you can apply. Now see here, now let me inflate here. See the difference that's happening? This is inflating at every angle, right? So you get this weird bubbly goofiness, but hold on, let's go back to here real quick. And let's do that again. I want to do it a little smaller, and I want to make it really bubbly. Right? You have like this magnifying globe. Now we just higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res. Now you got the distortion, right? I mean, we took that square and blew it out. But you can see that it's not doing that. Right? That's what happens. And so now, right, because it's inflating in all directions, and then you can come back in and very quickly, oops, when you're at your highest reg, you have your substructure to come back in and just put this back in real quick. Because you have plenty of resolution. right? And so that gives you the quick, it gives you a quick outline for that distortion so that you can come back in just really fast and you can touch that up quickly, right? So having multiple subdivision levels gives you complete control over your mesh, so you can do any of the cool little gimmicks you can in low res, and you can still retain a lot of your high resolution. Because I like, right, I like the fact that I can come in here and smooth this out without destroying everything, right? It's not going to go all the way back, but then this allows me to come back in and really tune the surfaces I want. Right? In this way, I can completely clean this up. And very quickly get these to a point where they are very high resolution. They have motion. You know, it's not just straight. It's not just pinched. It's going with the form. And you know, it gives me an outline. Now everyone wants the one-step gig where they just slap alphas down and it's done. No, there are no magic bullets. You need to go in and actually work this stuff. And sadly, that means redoing scales like 11 times. And I'm willing to do that. Hey JP, how's it going? I'm just wondering if the concept of clay confuses newcomers to 3D modeling. My first experience 3D was box modeling. Yeah. Moving up and down sub. Yep. Yeah. Well, it's tricky because you just have to wrap your head around, you know, how you're using geometry. The thing that always cracks me up, like, so I teach, sorry guys, my allergies. We've been getting 60 degrees during the day and then like 32 degrees at night, and it's raining and not raining, and it's sunny and then it's hailing. Literally, I helped my friend put bamboo on the car the other day, and I was tying it up, and it hailed so quick that my ear filled with hail. I was just like, what? It was sad. So my allergies have been absolutely chaos. I'm a little throat scratchy. Well, one of the really funny things I see with my students is, let's get rid of all this real quick. So we're down here at this level, right? And this is something that those of you who are trying to use ZModeler, let's delete this, delete higher, right? What I did when I first made this model, and a lot of times I'll see people move and they're going to try to move this, and I'll do fast moves on this, but if you'll notice in ZModeler I block up flat. I don't put the curves in until afterwards, right? So, and I think this is a pretty good habit to follow. Polycube, oh I'm all itchy on there. ZModeler, turn symmetry on. No, that's not symmetry, that's symmetry. Oh. Right, and so I'm going to get my block size, and then I'm going to tap these out, and this way I'm dealing with relatively the same size blocks. So now I'm going to take, I'm going to increase my draw size a little, I'm going to roll over a point, and I'm going to make it infinite XYZ. And then this way I'm going to come in and tune my form. Right. But if you'll notice, I'm just working on a single plane, planular direction. So I'm gonna, come on. And I'm gonna kind of get the form. That's weird. Why are you? Well, what happened to you? Oh, this isn't center, is it? Okay, let's do this. Mirror and weld. Are we on Z? Oh, I want the other direction. Mirror and weld. Okay. Sorry. Is it center now? Okay. Oh, that's turned off. There we go. You need that mirror turned on, sadly. So there we go. That's what was happening. And I'll kind of get a shape here. Trying to keep my, my polys roughly the same size. And then what I see a lot from my students is that they'll then try to come in here and they're going to be trying to do this and they get that. Well, just shift back to your normal tools. Grab, move. And you can do some sort of bigger moves here. And you can come in with move and get all this sorted out. Okay, that's really big. That's not what we're shooting for. All right, that's better. I was like, why is my move brush acting funny? When you get things that are dramatically out of scale, you wind up with some weird. Because see, now, remember how it was just working in that little step? And so I'll come back in here and just use my move tools and stuff with my block modeling, and then this way you can get. And the other nice thing about this is that at this point you can also use these tools in your block up, and you can taper, twist. Oop. Right. And you can work your base forms out into some really interesting stuff. Hit accept, divide, and now you've created some very unique forms that, with the combination of the gizmo tools, the move tools, and your block up. And see, I won't go farther than that in my block up. I'm now just going to divide this up and start sculpting. All right, fan. See you soon. Have a good night. Oh, it's a never-ending I don't think that I've been able to breathe just openly, in like a year and a half. I think it's really that bad. My allergy, I think it's the point where I really need to go and get allergy shot kind of thing. But, well, we all know how American insurance is, and I'm not paying for $11 million for allergy shots. So here I am not breathing. Ooh. My rich Uncle Sam refuses to pay for my allergies. You know, it'd be nice if I could breathe, but I refuse. I refuse to have socialism in my country. Damn socialist. And there, if you're alive, you should have medical care. What the hell? What are they talking about? That's crazy talk. Crazy talk. No complaints, really. Hey, Andres, how's it going? I was working on some jewelry, and then we got into questions, and so now I'm just futzing around. At some point, I'll probably return to trying to figure out how to make stamping dies that cut, right? But I think that's too dramatic. Hold on, where are you? No, that's the back side. All right, that's the one I want. Damn, that was painful. So if it's pressing up into that, how do I get a compression die to cut and throw a deep, a deep press? So we were kind of working on that. Well, if you send me some subdural lingual thingalingalis the therapy, and I'd be happy to try it. You may have had it, but I'll tell you what, nowhere else in the world do people lose their homes because of medical bills. That's all I'm going to say. And look at our wonderful healthcare in action. What do we have? Let's double check here. So we still only have 16. Oh, wow. Someone died. That changed today. So we have 16 cases and 1 death in our county. But 11,000, 2 deaths, and 368,000 confirmed cases. But that number. We had one until... We had one, then it jumped to 5. And then it jumped to 11, then it jumped to 16 the last couple days. So, but yeah, we're right in the middle of it. I mean, let's go the other direction. You can see Seattle and Portland, but it's funny that it's went out through here to Yakima. But I'll tell you where people are going to start lose their minds is when all this yellow starts to turn red over here, because all these people think it's a fraud. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, it's funny. I get it like twice a year when the weather changes really bad. But the house that I've been house sitting had pets for a long time, and we're out in the middle of nowhere, so there's a lot of allergens that I'm not usually exposed to. I mean, this is normally as bad as it gets. I just, it's just a little inflammation, but it's funny. Even my sprays aren't doing real drama to where it's like, oh, I get to breathe well for 6 hours and then it's no, it just kind of always sucks now a little, just a little bit. Yeah, no, our healthcare is literally and tragically one of the biggest jokes on this planet. For the amount of money that this nation generates, the fact that we don't have health care is atrocious. And like I said, I tend to blame the American dream, where people are like, well, I'm going to be a millionaire tomorrow, so let's not tax the rich. Can't tax the rich because, goodness gracious, I might be rich one day. Me and my trailer park, I'm going to learn and I'm going to be rich because I'm going to win the lottery. That's it. Don't get me started. I have strong opinions on the lottery. And we've destroyed the education system in this country to the point that poor people think that they're going to be rich one day because they don't understand that they'll never be rich. And yeah, here we go. This is what we get for it. Crap healthcare. Nope, we got control of the coronavirus. Yeah, we sure do. Sorry if I sound jaded and cynical. Why it's like that is because the pharmaceutical companies do not want you to be healthy. That's why. Because they are making way too much money, because we have unregulated capitalism. And because we have a system where it's very hard to get rid of incumbents. So we have the same people in politics forever, and they get cozy with corporations, and corporations could give two shits about anybody, and ta-da, look where we stand today. Well, yeah, it's like, oh, well, there's all those welfare mothers who are, taking up the system. It's like, you mean like Microsoft? And it's like, what cracks? Oh my God. It makes me insane. So this year, Trump gave literally the largest tax breaks ever given. And Warren Buffett came out and said that their company, that they didn't pay $68 billion in taxes that they did last year. Okay, so that's $68 billion from one company that was in our, system last year. And, the top 60, I think they said the top 61 companies in this country didn't pay a penny in taxes. And, it's just, it's obscene. It is really obscene. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of hope when it comes to this kind of crap. People are like, oh, well, this is going to be so bad that, people will demand. No, they won't. The recession in 2008 didn't do anything except bail Goldman Sachs out. You know, it's like, I don't know. I sound like a psychotic radical, and I'm really not. That's what's tragic. It's just people are just crazy. That's the problem. Crazy. Oh yeah. Oh no, they'll get built. They'll get bailed out. Oh no. I mean, like the billions of dollars that we're about to give to the airlines. And look, don't get me wrong. I understand we need airlines, right? I get it. But in the recession, we paid for the airlines. We bailed out the airlines. And then what did they do? They didn't invest in their companies. They didn't hold stockpiles. They didn't do anything. What they did is they bought all of their stock back and then so they got the public out of their company, and then they gave themselves bonuses. Oh gosh, and now they want to be bailed out again. I can't get started. This is Pixologic's page. I'm not allowed to talk horrible things about. Yeah, it gives me ulcers. It really is one of the most disturbing things about this nation is the absolute insanity. I mean, this country is insane. There's no other, yep, there it is, insanity. But, you know, the people who are worth a few $100 million, they've made more money this year than ever before, you know, and so of course you're going to get, you know, you're going to get people who want that, you know. And yeah, but yeah, corporation don't care about you, that's for sure. Well, like I said, there are a handful of them out there that really do. But yeah, that's not, let me tell you, those are rare exceptions. They are not the proof to the theory or whatever the hell you want to say. Well, it's funny, a lot of the cruise ships are American companies. Or at least they're here. Because we have, well, I was going to say really horrible things. I'm just going to be quiet before I get kicked off a Pixologic stream for talking smack. Can't do it. That's not what I was shooting for. Where are you? Trim rectangle. Boop. Yeah, hold on. That could be kind of funny and ironic here. Let's see. It's 7 arms. Order of the Golden Fleece. Kind of make fun of knighthoods here. Come on, give it to me. I made a really good version of one of these for a guy. Actually, the Wittelsbach diamond was in Order of the Golden Fleece for a while. There you go. I haven't seen it in that direction. That's fascinating. That's a weird setup. Okay. let's do this. No, everybody calm down. That's not what we're trying to do. Let's hide that. Let's do you. Yeah, but that's socialism. The government can't own part of these private companies. No, that's bad because they should be able to do whatever they want. Because we're free. Yeah, free. They're making me crazy. All right, so I need to append a boop, ba-doop. Stop it, ba-doop. Well, let's do a plane. Shoot. Well, like for these buttons and for zipper pulls and things that we need a bunch of, if you can die stamp them, one, finishing is a lot cheaper. You know, if you get a good cutting die, it's a finished piece after each stamp. So you don't have the man hours of cleaning, casting. And if we have access to a big mill where we can mill the pieces out and not really pay for them because they're part of his company, you know, where we don't have those equipment costs and stuff, instead of paying, you know, $3,000 to $7,000 for a die, we're basically getting the die at material costs. So dyeing is right. Yeah, for the fashion stuff. Hold on, let's see. He doesn't have any of the new work here, but so this is the clothing line. And he does a lot of like this year, this stuff was sort of big military coats and stuff. I wish they hadn't gotten rid of all those coats. I love that coat. And it's funny, they're made out of tents from the Korean War. That's the short version of it. But we're doing a lot of denim and biker stuff as opposed to this kind of army punk feel. We're doing a little bit more dated biker stuff. I just love that coat. I got to him too late to get one of those coats. So we're doing stuff that's a little bit more in the line of, because Japan's the bigger market, so let's do sort of this Japanese denim stuff, but sort of trippy 60s sort of you know, stuff like that. And he has everything all getting distressed and they're taking old denim and then patching it up, re-sewing it into new stuff. And Japan has a weird cult of denim, so we're now doing sort of 60s, 70s biker denim, something like that. So that's what we're in the middle of. I know, right? I know that Max Fields down in LA had some Nordstrom's. Was it Nordstrom's? No, it was Barney's. Barney's had them. I know the last time I was in LA a few months ago, they still had a few of them at I just said the name. Come on. Maxfield's. Yeah, it should be. It's changed dramatically. We started in September. We're going to try to hit the summer fashion shows, and we've changed the designs. One day I'm going to consolidate all of it, and I'll show you how we've gone from like French Gothic to American Indian to trippy American Indian bikery thing. So we haven't abandoned all the 60s biker turquoise, but yeah, we've gone through a few phases now. Yeah, I know, right? We should just have a ship going back and forth between the two. So here's another quick way of developing geometry. Yep. Boo-doo-doo. 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 Boop. This all has to be touching, doesn't it? No, but it's going to be awesome if we can do a bunch of die stamping affordably, because once you have your dies, everything is much cheaper. And like I said, as opposed to in trying to find casting right now, good luck. Casting is not considered an essential business, sadly, so there's a lot of casting facilities that are shut down, sadly. well, Biden's still out there, you know, looking like the facelift zombie. Poor old Joe. All right. That's just in the wrong place. Yeah. Kind of doing that wrong. All right, that looks like crap. See, I'm not taking my time, and I'm just trying to get stuff out there. And it looks like poo. It is a poo. Fine. Me? Oh, I'm not crying. I have no expectations. There's no reason for me to cry. Sadly, I am a nihilistic naysayer. If Ulfer were running for president, I would vote for him for sure. Ulfer's my hero. You can do it. I think. What am I doing? I'm trying. Okay, we're going to leave that for a minute. Yeah, actually, he had some really interesting things to say. I just don't even understand this nation anymore. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how this country thinks and why and how people do things, and it is just weird to me. It is weird to me. Oops, I want this one. But to be fair, I can't. Not much to do about it, I don't think. I did find it absolutely hysterically funny that old Boris is in the hospital for Covis because he was like, no one's going to keep me from shaking hands with people who have COVID. It's not going to get me. I'm like, yeah, boy. Gotta be careful. I don't know if that's going to work. Man, I have no hope. I really have become. I decided to try to teach, to try to get people to think. And I'll say that, for the most part, I'm pretty happy with a lot of my students. And I think a lot of them are achieving and stuff. And I don't think people teach art anymore, sadly. So once I started teaching and I realized that, people are out there and they do want to learn. And, I think I have a little bit of information to share with them. And, I'm down with that. But holy Hannah, people have no desire to think. People don't want to be challenged. People don't want. And that makes me crazy because I was raised, to think. And I'll tell you, it blows me away how few people have been taught to think anymore. It's just one of the oops. I don't know. I get very sad, I think. When I see how people behave, I find it very distressing. So it's nice. ZBrush is a good community for the most part. I think this is a good group of people who have some wisdom and some talent, and there's some really good people who are part of it, and I can approve of this group of people. Oh, well, I try. I mean, without a doubt, that's one of my goals, is to get people thinking and doing, That's the goal. 'Tis the goal. No, I don't have I was shown I can't even remember what it was. It was sort of a painting thing, but you sort of sculpted in ribbons. And that was cool. I don't think. I mean, like if I were doing interactive environments for raves, or they don't call them raves anymore, parties. Damn it. I could see where that has a thing, but for sculpting there's nothing that will do this for me, and sadly, if it doesn't do this for me, damn it. What's the point? I mean, if you know what I mean. Postnasal drip sucks. Oh, yeah, there are definitely plenty of parties still out there. It's just people get all worky. It's like, we're raves, we're raves. I went to my first rave in 1982. So I've been doing that one for a while. I don't know if I like it hollow. Maybe the eyes, maybe we just make that hollow with the eyes hollow. I don't think hollow works for that, but this is a 24 with the Pro engine in it. So this is, I'm in the process of trying to acquire one of the 32s. I really want one of the big ones for home. Really want. I don't know. I just think that people are like, oh, it's too big. I'm like, no, it's never too big. You can never have too big of a Wacom. I don't think that's a truism. It's something I just can't believe. I refuse to accept that as true. Did someone? Yes, Lazy Nazumi's right here. That's what I'm using right now to draw the circles. Oh yeah, they're so sexy. I mean, they're just such nice tools. When I go down to the Wacom Experience Center and do some of the stuff down there with them, I'm so envious. It is true. I have envy in my heart. It is so true. I know it's bad. I shouldn't have envy. And I'm getting messages from Turkey. I don't know. See, it still says no people are here. I assume I have more no people. Yeah, it's just with, the resolution changes and stuff, and the new ones, they're just so sexy. They're very, very nice creatures. And it's funny, I know other people make, the tablets and people are happy with them, but I don't know, Wacom it's just such a butter smooth, sexy. I mean, they're just so nice and so well made and so responsive. And I don't know, you'd be hard pressed to get me to change companies. I mean, one, I've had a Cintiq for Christ, like 20 years. Sorry guys, one sec. Damn it. I got, oh shit, live, not love. Retarded. I'm a goofy bastard. One sec. Someone's very excited. Sorry, I normally don't take these things while I'm streaming, but when it comes down to work, I gotta deal with this stuff. Now all of a sudden everybody people asking about class. Sorry guys. All right. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that the other pieces are horrible. I've never tried them. I know nothing about them. I just know that Wacom has been very good to me, and it would take quite a bit to get me to change companies. I mean, you'd have to have something pretty darn special to get me to leave Wacom. Because I like them. I mean, I like the people. It's not just, the product's awesome. I like the people. And that's a big deal for me. If I don't like the people, I don't much care what you're making. I don't much care about you. If you're a turd, I don't want anything to do with you, even if you give me free stuff. And that, nope, I tend to be, I would rather support people that I like and I think are doing good jobs and things like that than the greatest deal in the world and deal with pricks. And trust me, I've had to do a lot of dealing with pricks in my life. And at this point, I'd rather support people who are cool and, get good equipment from good people. And yeah, I don't know. And I'm not saying as far as tablets go, I don't know any of the other companies. That's not me talking about the other companies. Wacom's done a lot for me over the years. And yeah, I mean, everyone kvetches about the drivers and stuff. And it's just like, look, Windows intentionally screws Wacom every time they upgrade. But I don't know anyone else who hasn't had drama with accessory. I mean, even Logitech has issues with Windows, in the upgrade thing. But yeah, sometimes it really irks me out because it completely dies right when I'm in the middle of a project and it makes me want to scream. But I mean, Windows does it to itself sometimes. So I don't know. I've come to grips with the fact that I may very well just have crappy awesome sauce. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that I'm not a Mac user anymore, but, with Windows, I think that every accessory ever made ever, you're going to have problems. I don't know anyone who doesn't have problems with drivers and Windows. And I mean, when you're dealing with, NVIDIA having problems with Windows drivers, I don't know. After 16 years of dealing with it, I've just gotten pretty zen about it. Like I said, every once in a while, it comes out and it takes more than a few days for, usually Wacom will get a plugin done, well within a week. It usually only takes a day or two to get the upgrade so the new driver's working. But every once in a while, it's just like a big kick to the nutsack when you're right in the middle of something. All of a sudden, you have no tablet for like 5-6 days, and it's just like, are you kidding me? Yar. All right, I got to get that sorted out because what? Class starts on the 18th. Yep, that's all I'm doing because I need sort of these hollow shapes on this. And these are going to be pretty simple, so it's easy to just, I think I might have taken the target polygons a little low. Maybe that's why. Normally this doesn't take this long. Usually it'll just kick it out pretty quick. But yes, that is the plan, to take you just take you paint it on, you extract it, and then you get loose shapes. And this is an easy way to get silhouette-y stuff really quick. But I don't know why this is taking so long to process. I do not like green eggs in hand. Is this machine really noisy? Are you getting a lot of, like, can you hear it go? Hear that? Hear it struggling? Well, I guess it's really nice not being able to see how many viewers I have, because sometimes I say or do something and I'll lose like 15 viewers like in 4 seconds. I'm like, wow, what did I do to offend? No, that could have its it could have its moments for sure. Oh, what is going on, you? It's taking a long time. I'll tell you, having allergies while this crap is going on, they're like, don't touch your face or eyes. I'm like, oh yeah, right, dude. That's going to happen. Like, I'm not going to touch my eyes. I would lose my mind if I couldn't touch my eyes. But we all know the answer to that. Yeah. Yes. I can only assure you that that's probably true. Oh, you're killing me. Why are you taking so long? Sorry, we're canceling out of that. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's starting to stress me out. So let's try to do it this way then. Remesh by Dynamesh. All right. So now ZRemesh. Is symmetry turned on? No. Post nasal drip hell. See, wasn't that exciting? Shouldn't have taken that long. What do we have going on here? Do we have ugly geometry? Kind of. Hit ZRemesh again. It's a little cleaner. Fine. That'll be great. It'll be great. Even that little joint right there is going to give me grief. I know it. Because these might be floating, I'm actually going to do them dimensionally so we can get okay, that's really becoming annoying. I need a Ricola. Anybody have a Ricola? I know how much you guys enjoy my humming. My incredible musical acumen is shown greatly in my humming capacity. So what we're gonna do here, let's go ahead and get some thickness on the rest of this pseudo-symmetrically before I pull my transition. Wow. So does anyone know how to boot someone? I've never had anyone do that to me. That's weird. Of course, it's coming from the service that I can't. I don't know how to. I don't know if I can ban from here. One sec. Let me see if I can kick this idiot off. I need. There it is, mod view. What's that jackass's name? Evo Boss? No, he doesn't show up here. Because it's on Restream, I have no way of booting them because they're not technically in my chat. Yeah, I don't know. How do I get the... Uh-oh. Yeah, we're doomed if that's the case because I have no idea how to do that. So hopefully this jackass just hopped in and is now gone. Keep our fingers crossed. Because I have no idea where because this is all going through Restream, so I don't really have access to the Mixer account that I know about. Let's keep our fingers crossed that he's just a raging idiot and he's already gone. Well, we don't have to keep our fingers crossed that he's a raging idiot, because that's apparent. That's funny. I've literally never been spammed like that before. I don't know how so many people are just downright broken. It's like, dude, what do you gain from that? See, these are the things about social media that I don't particularly care for, and that is, anyone can act like an asshole, and it's not a problem. And I, sadly, am a creature of repercussions. I believe there should be repercussions for your actions. See, it's all your fault. I know, JP, you left and signed back in as, what's his name? Evil Boss 123. I know all about you, JP. I mean, for a while there, I had a Russian kid who would sign on and he'd give me a lot of grief. But, he was just a dork. I mean, that kind of crap right there is very bothersome to me. I'm a firm believer in the freedom of speech, but I'm also a firm believer that, someone should be able to punch you in the damn eye for being a jackass. I'd like to introduce him to my friend named Wally in Los Angeles. I assure you, he'd never do that again. Funny, there's a lot more people have a lot more liberty, people feel as if they have a lot more liberty to be raging, hateful ding-longs, and I don't understand it. That's the one nice thing that I have to admit, that growing up in the world before the internet is that the only way you could do something like that was run across the schoolyard or run across the street doing that. And let me tell you, usually you got your attitude rearranged pretty darn quickly. And people don't have repercussions for how they behave these days. And so they can act like any kind of jackass they want. It makes me crazy. Good old populism. Woo-hoo-hoo. no, we can't all just get along, sadly. Because once again, you don't have to. There are no repercussions for acting like a prick all the time. I mean, you know. And look, when you have presidents and senators and governors who act like jackasses, then, you know, everybody else is like, well, you know, this is how our leaders behave, then, you know, of course I can behave this way. And there you go. People say there are no repercussions from it, but look, there are. There definitely are. Yeah, I tell you, it's one thing that I have to admit have not gotten used to about the internet is that, you know, it really gives people the freedom to behave like jackasses. And, you know, it's like internet dating and things like that. It's like, man, I don't know you. That's never going to happen. Never, ever going to happen. Yeah, no, without a doubt. But I do not think that it has been a socially beneficial thing, honestly. I don't think that it is for the better. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some things that are absolutely fantastic. I mean, I've now, you know, I'm making my living off the internet. So I'm not like some, you know, Luddite or anything, but I'll tell you, I don't necessarily think that it's increased the discourse. I don't think that it's opened people's eyes to new views. I think it just allows people to find people who agree with them completely in any idiotic, raging stooge idea there is. I mean, it's like, my friend was he was a smart guy, very politically involved, and, you know, was rational and all those cool things. And then he discovered, well, okay, I'm going to say there are a few other things that kind of brought the condition along. It wasn't just his discovering of 4chan and QAnon and all that kind of happy horse shit. But he now sends me the dumbest conspiracy theories in the world that literally all you have to do is do 37 seconds of investigation and find out, you know, what's going on around you. And he doesn't. He is a stooge now, and it makes me nuts. Because, you know, before, you can't just write crap and just, you know, at some point you had to leave your home to spread that message. And somebody is going to take exception to some of those messages and beat you snot out of you for being an idiot. And like, I'm not a hyper violent person necessarily, but good God, I do think that there was something good about if you're an idiot or if you want to run around screaming, you know, somebody's going to find you and beat the snot out of you, and you're not going to do that much anymore. And I think there's something to that as a as a social filter that, you know, and I don't think that I think that the internet provides way too much. Just there's no repercussions for how you behave on the internet, I think, is really my issue. Dude, I remember dial-up. Dude, I remember no internet, okay? I lived in a world before MTV, isn't that? It's crazy. When you could actually go to a movie that was 3.5 hours long with intermissions and stuff. Like, that would ever fly these days. Yes, I could be micro-violent. Yeah, without a doubt. There's a no culpability filter or something that's happening, and I don't know. I don't appreciate it. I don't find it entertaining. I think it's, and you know, now people aren't society. You know, society doesn't punish bad behavior. They think it's great. I mean, look at all these streamers who are making, you know, millions of friggin' dollars acting like assholes all over the world. Great, congratulations. I'm so proud that that's this generation's culture. I did read a really funny article where the millennials were like, it's not us, we're like 25 and 30 now. We have real jobs. It's not millennials. It's what's this generation G or whatever. Who the hell knows? But I thought the article was great because they're like, stop blaming us, we were not on spring break in Florida. That's enough to show at least. Yeah, it's just so funny. It's like, come on, guys. And I mean, like, really, I'm a skeptical, nihilistic individual who believes that, you know, governments and wealthy people will do pretty much anything. I don't believe in the goodness of people, and I really don't. And I don't believe that, you know, companies will do the right thing, and you know, I'm not some chowder-headed cow who believes, you know, a bunch of stuff as far as that goes. But I'll tell you what, some of this stuff is just absurd. It's like, come on. I don't know. I just don't know. Don't know. What, just... This is one of the old ones, man. This one, this goes way back. Oh, I'm like, that was traveling. There you are. No. What are you doing? That is the one problem with this, is that you can't use control. Control changes some of its brushes, so you can't always mask. See, like that, like control and shift doesn't work. It's really annoying. That is annoying. And it is great humor. Anyone who knows me sitting here doing butterflies and peace symbols, is absolutely hysterical. If my friends could see me now. I have problems with nouveau hippies. Why would you do that? New Zealand is awesome. It happens. Seriously. Peace signs, guys. This is priceless. I think millennials and what is this generation? Generation Z or Generation G or whatever. Zen Master, I like it. It weirds me out. I have to admit, people pretending to be hippies in this day and age just are hysterical, because we don't live in an age where people could give two craps about. Yeah, post-millennial is generation, I think it's Z. Is it generation Zoomers or something like that? Really, I think it is. Yeah, Generation Z. Oh, I'm sorry. We passed that. We're now in Generation Alpha. It's not even Generation Z anymore. But someone called them Zoomers, and I thought that was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. So Xennials. So what generation is before that? You know, there are a few generations before. So the lost generation. Oh, that's not nice. See, they moved Generation X back. See, Xennials used to be Generation X. So they turned us into Generation X. It ends in 79. See, this is post. That's silly. Because Gen X used to be well into the 80s. That's funny. They've completely rearranged when. See, because they didn't start naming generations like this until much later. You know, there were the boomers, and then the 80s came around, and then it was like, oh, Gen X. And then for a while, we were the lost generation. But then they already had a lost generation, so they named it something else. That's absurd. Absurdity. Yeah, and no, that's what I'm saying. That's rewriting history. That's silliness. I know. Gen Alpha, who knew? No, really. Actually, can you imagine? Just think about this. Everyone is quarantined. What are they doing? You are going to have a huge baby boom off of this quarantine, especially if it lasts months and months, and there's going to be a big boom of generation. And none of them are going to have health care. Well, someone's going to live that long. Actually, once again, luckily the kill rate of COVID isn't nearly as bad as, some of the other things, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Just because I'm a weirdo doesn't mean. Why does it not like these? That is really interesting that it does not like Z-remeshing. It does not like Z-remeshing these models for some reason. That is weird. But if I Dynamesh it, and then Z-remesh it, it doesn't choke it out. Same. Don't know. All right, whatever. Close enough to spit on. Weirdo. I cannot say I understand. Yeah, it's crazy seeing the images of there was Beijing, and then they have over Italy. I haven't seen one in the States that shows the breakdown of the pollution. But they had the one at Beijing in China, and it's like, holy Hannah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's very true. That is true. Now, so here's a good trick that people are often surprised about. So you can see I want to scallop here. I'm trying to change this, but I'm cutting into, you notice I'm kind of cutting into the, arms of the peace sign, right? And I want to make sure that these are nice, good lines. And I'm kind of going back and in, and I'm scalloping here. Because I want some good reflective surfaces on this, so it's not just, you know, so it's not flat. And so you can see we kind of get these weird, I have this area right here, right, where I've sucked that up. So here, let's smooth some of this out here. So then you go to planar, turn that X and Z, right? Is that everybody? No. X and Y. There we go. And so I want this to break those surfaces again. So all I'm going to do is go to planar, and I'm going to hold down Alt, and then you can see that it finishes that off. And it gives us a nice clean intersection there. And that can often be hard to get. And it gives us a nice whoop. And the same up here. And I'm not too worried about this being perfect, so it doesn't bother me that those are super soft, but it allows us to break that seam pretty easily. Yeah, actually, it's pretty cool that a lot of the teaching is still going on, and yeah, I'll tell you, I'd spend a lot more time online if I had internet at home, because that would make me super excited. But sadly, Elon Musk has let me down. His Starlink, what's this thing called? Skylink, right? No, it's Starlink. Oh hell, I don't know. Obviously. Oh yeah, stop that. It's not ready yet, so I don't have broadband from home, sadly. This is so strong. Damn it, Elon, letting me down. I thought they said that it was supposed to be ready like first quarter. I know they've started launching a lot of... They've launched a lot of satellites. I think they've had their second or third round of launching satellites. That wasn't level, was it? That's okay. Funny, he wants this stuff to look really primitive and kind of old, and it's just like, it's very hard for me not to make things anal and clean. So making things look like crap is not something I'm really good at. That is a peace symbol, isn't it? I think it is. I know, how tragic is that? You actually remember the first time bell bottoms became popular. Doom da doom da doom da doom. TSW. There we go. Why didn't it change that? That is weird. See how that's doubled up? I love it when weird things happen to your interface where you're just like, oh. Make it lumpy. Because he doesn't want straight lines. One of the things that he wants out of this stuff, this is a collaboration I'm doing with a fashion designer named, well, his company's name is Marvo. And so he wants things to look sort of old, like, you know, like garage cast in the 60s. So I'm expressly not trying to make straight lines. And it's very hard for me not to do that. It makes my... this is like OCD torture for any of you who actually have OCD. Making things wonky like this, I assure you, is officially painful. But hey, I am, who am I to say no? Especially when there is absolutely no jewelry work in the world. The jewelry industry has died. No, Starnet. Damn it, Jen. Are you going to make me look it up? I think that's wrong. I've never even heard of. See, Xennials. You know that Xennials used to be Generation X because I was not part of Generation X. They didn't name our generations back then. This chart's retarded. Okay. Oh, it's from careerplanner.com. Career Planner cares what generation you are. And how are millennials the mystery generation? We know way too much about them. Okay, what was it? Oh. Elon Musk Starnet. Starlink. Sorry. Now 1 million Starlink user terminals. Now what? A million units will measure point of. Oh. I just want high-speed internet, you turd. Of 20 millisecond latency, that's pretty not bad. But when can we get it? Skylink internet plan. See, this is all 2019. I think they said that his goal is to have it be like $80 a month. It's the same damn thing. Oh, for North American broadband service in 2018. No. I know, right? But that is a piece. Am I wrong? This is how bad it is. I think that's what a peace sign looks like. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I'm not completely off my rocker. So this is the guy I'm working with. I'm really bummed that I didn't get one of these jackets. I love this full-size one. Oh, it's so nice. And the shearling on the inside is pure sex. Oh my God, the shearling is so nice. One thing I'll give him credit for, man, he does not skimp on materials. His his material usage is sexy. All right. But once again, the fact that I'm making peace signs, for those people who know me well, this is absolutely hysterical. I'm a slightly darker person who doesn't quite have faith in humanity. Well, I disagree. I have complete faith in humanity to do the wrong thing. All right, that looks a little lumpy, doesn't it? Not perfect, lumpy, kind of handmade. Some of this will polish out. All right, there we go. Peace sign, mushroom, smiley face. I have to figure out smiley face. I think smiley face we might just make solid, right? Because I don't know how to get that face. And now, are you ready for this? Guess what we're doing? We're going to do a butterfly. It's true. All right. Doom, doom, doom. Two ladies. Nope, that wasn't it. Remember, if anybody has any questions, because I can understand that watching me do peace signs and butterflies may not necessarily be edifying or helpful to your needs, so feel free to ask any questions you like, and I will be happy to answer them. I'm just doing this because it's something I need to get done. It's true. It's a butterfly. Anyone have any questions? I promise I'll answer them. If I can. I'll do my best. Or is everyone just really stoked with butterflies and peace signs? Maybe I'm out of touch with reality again. Oh, stop that. I do use I do use the repeat stroke. I do, yes. Quite often, actually. The key is to use it when, you need that stroke to be exact. And, no, it's a very powerful tool. I like it quite a bit. Yeah. So if you stroke here, so let's say you're doing this, right? And you've spent all this time doing that. And so now you want it to be thicker. If you come back around it, you see how you get, you know, you're never going to get it. Well, if you just hit 1, it will keep repeating. And, well, it repeats the last stroke. And so sadly, that was my last stroke. Let's go back and do that again. And then you hit 1. I hit it 3 times, and now it, oops. No, that includes moves. So right, I just moved that. So here, let's do this so you can see it. Because it repeats the last stroke, and it views a move as a last stroke as well. So, right, and so now you'll see it get thicker. Right? So it's a really powerful tool when you're trying to, and it works really well for me because I tend to use clay tubes, and I use it at a very low level, right? I like to work up to my strokes, and then boom, you can hit it and it gets thick. And that's just hitting your 1 button. And so it's really good. Like, I tend to use it, right, because I tend to lay soft lines down. And those of you who sketch, I think some of you know what I'm talking about. I'll lay a line until I see the line I want. And then I'll come in and find the line that I like. And then hit 1. And you can really punch out your line without rolling over the edges and things like that. A lot of times I don't use it when I'm blocking up because I am trying to find that edge or that line. So, you know, I'm often doing something like this, and then I'll come back in and find an edge or something in there. So a lot of times I'm rolling off of my edges, so I'm not always trying to find that. But, you know, I'll come back in, flatten. You can be subtle, you know, you come in here, and then you hit 1 a couple times, and, you know, it gives you edges. So it's a really useful tool. And yes, I use it. Yeah, if you rotate it or anything, that is... Oh, wait, did I miss something? Well, let's see. So we go bring up our Wacom window. Let me shrink it down a little so I can make a keystroke while we're in it. My remote. Express key settings. We're going to take this. We're going to make this a keystroke. That's going to be number 1. Okay. And so what am I missing? Come on. Keystroke 1. Hmm. That is... That's doing Control Shift. No? No, that's not doing 1. That is Control. All it is stroke, and then you just hit 1 and it restrokes. But that's weird that the tablet is viewing it as Control. No. But if you're doing ZBrush without a stylus, without a tablet, you're going to have a really hard time, because ZBrush is a pressure sensitive driven program. So if you're not using a stylus, you're losing like 75% of what ZBrush can do. It's like, just without a stylus, it's like 100% on, 100%. Like there's none of, hold on, let's take this to 100%. Right, you see how there's no pressure sensitivity? Here we are, right? There's no soft, or it's basically, if you're using a mouse, you're getting this. It's 100% all the time. Where if you have a tablet, you're getting soft, hard, soft, right, pressure. So really? You could very well be right. Boom. Express key settings. Come on. Oh, ZBrush. Modify. Oh yeah, see, that's, I have that set for Control. So let's do keyboard click keystroke 1. Okay. You got it. You have to make sure that you have it as your ZBrush modifier. But I really want that to be Control. Hold on. Yeah, I had it as all others. So you got to make sure that you click on ZBrush. I'm like, well, that's set up to the one that I had it set up to. Okay. Yeah, I haven't reset this up in a while. That's funny. These are all screwy. Cause see how these weird, I don't know, madness. I mean, you can just use a mouse, but get a tablet. I mean, you can buy a cheap one. You don't need a Cintiq. You know, you can get one for $40 to $60, something like that. I'm pretty sure, on eBay or something. But you want a tablet, trust me. like if you, I had a student who actually was using ZBrush with the mouse before I knew that. And what he was doing, so here's the only way you can do it, right? You come in, you take your brush, and you're like, okay, I want this stroke at 100. And then I'm like, okay, well, I want this at 25. And you can set it, your pressure sensitivity there, but you get no transitional pressure. It's always 6 or it's nothing, or it's always 100 or it's nothing. There's no pressure transition with a mouse. It's on or off. And so that's where it really, you're really losing the capacity of what ZBrush does. I listened to a book called The Angel Maker. It was good. I listened to that this week. I'm starting Altered Carbon's second book. I haven't started it yet. While I was setting up tonight for this, I uploaded it, and so I'm looking forward to that. I like the Altered Carbon book. I think it was an interesting. It's interesting to see what they did with the movie or with the TV show compared to what they're doing in the book. It's good. My pressure sensitivity settings in my pressure under brush. Who knows? Where is it? Oh, tablet pressure? I don't change any of that really. It's just the standard global setting. I mean, every once in a while, see brush modify by pressure, modify intensity. So I find that the defaults on tablet pressure are okay. I don't think I've ever changed. Well, that's not true. Early on I changed it to get a broader pressure sensitivity, but now the defaults are really good. I've never changed it. Yay you. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's see what that does. Accept. And then we know that we're going to just dynamesh it because for some reason it does not like remeshing from here. I don't know what it is. I'm sure it's me. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong or I'm forgetting to do something. Don't know. Boop, doo, 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 boop. I'm old and broken. It's very tragic. It's tragedy. Nope. I don't need 18 million polys for this. Oh, I sure as hell don't need 73 million polys for this. I gotta really pay attention to how many times I tap that that button. So anyone out there, please feel free to ask any questions you have. It surely doesn't have to be about butterflies and peace signs. If anyone has any questions about anything, please do not hesitate to ask, because that's why I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Yes, I'm really into peace signs and faith in the goodness of humanity. No, I'm working with a fashion designer. His company is called Marveau, and we're doing sort of Japanese denim, and it's sort of peace signs and smiley faces and stuff. So I know I am making peace sign smiley face jewelry. For those of you who know me, you know that this is ridiculous, but I'm not saying his designs are ridiculous. I'm saying that me doing them is actually quite humorous in the grand scheme of what in the hell am I working on kind of thing. But all good. They will be nice at the end of the day, right? From Spain. What part of Spain? Well, right now it is 12:12 where I'm at. What part of Spain are you at? My business partners and I have a place in Spain, but I haven't been back in quite a while. I was supposed to come back this summer, but I don't know that that's going to happen. Oh, wait. Hold on. I missed something. Sorry. How do you skin alpha from pic? How do you export skin alpha from pic? Or do you mean how do you get an alpha from a picture of skin? Is that? Well, first of all, you need a good picture. Hold on. Let me get this real quick. Oops, sorry. All right. So there are lots of skin alphas. Where is, let's do, what is Pablo's ZBrush? ZBrush. Oh, wow, look, it's changed to my name now. That's funny. Damn, what's Pablo's thing called? Here, let's look at these free human skin pack alphas. Are you going to give me a link? Download from Gumroad. There we go. That's ArtStation. Where's his Gumroad? Here we go. All right, so I'm not going to do this in front of all of you. All right, let's see. I'll give you my phone number, but I'm not doing that. So let's find. Just give me a picture. See, the problem with this, right? Getting alphas from, and actually let's just go to this one. The problem with getting alphas from pictures, I'm just gonna print screen steal this so you can see what the issue is. I would probably find one of those skin packs and get them for like $1 or whatever, because the problem from going from photos is that photos have real world reflections. Real world reflections are depth maps as an alpha, right? And so what that does, hold on, let's go to Snagit. Oh, I did save it. So let's go to standard, boop. We want that to be drag. We want that to be import. We are going to go to documents, Snagit. Hello. Ooh, you are laggy. No, not OneDrive. Oh, there's documents. There we go. I'm like, what in the hell? And so we now have this, and I'm just gonna turn symmetry off and we're gonna drag this out. So first of all, what you can see is that I don't have enough resolution. Let's go to this. This at least has a little bit more resolution. Right, you drag this out. Now, first problem is that, look, see how that's super flat right there, and then that's deep. See how you get these square edges where it's not a repeating tile. You get weird highlights. So, and this is turned up a little high so you can see it. The other thing you need to make sure you're doing is getting rid of your focal shift, because your focal shift makes it soft. So you can see that, actually let's, nope, it is the other way. What's going on? It started acting weird. Did I get it? I might have killed us. Yeah, ZBrush guides. Thank you. I'm like, ZBrush class, ZBrush. I'm like, damn it. Is that? Why in the hell is that not doing anything anymore? What did I change? All right, it's still doing something. I don't know what I just changed that made it not work. What in the, oh. Right, so is what you're asking is how do you get the alpha into the program? You just import it. But make sure that you're using you know, a lot of people are gonna, but you can see how this is really high here and then it gets really low. And it's because the alpha is from a photo, that natural photo, or the photo has highlights and lowlights in it. So you're getting not bitmap, but bit depth information. So, you know, white is like 100 and black is 0. So you have to make sure that your alphas are set up clean. And that's where a lot of people trying to use photographs as alphas, you also wind up with backwards information. So let's go to our interwebs. Do I really not? Did I just close that window? Damn it, Jim. I'm just a doctor. Let's do pictures of eyes that are really good. Right. And let's just grab a picture of an eye. Let's do tool size. Whatever the hell's a Weebif file. I don't want a Weebif. What the fuck? That's a nice. I rest my case. I have no faith in humanity. All right, whatever. So you're black, right? So what happens if you don't have well organized alphas, like if you're just trying to use an eye for an alpha, right? That's going to be at 0. This is going to be at 100. That's going to be lower, right? It's not actually depth information. It's tone information. So that's why a lot of photos make crap alphas. But Pablo has tons of resources. Come on. Man, we are just lagging about, aren't we? What do I have running in the background that is taking so much CPU that this thing is just lagging? I think it's just ZBrush and OBS, I guess. Alphas. But Pablo has a great, his resources are awesome. And so I'm already part of your letter. But you can download a bunch of his alphas and stuff, and I'm sharing it to lots of people. But as you can see, these are set up really differently, right? Because your highlights, your lowlights are in the right place. You have a medium tone. So this is your skin level. It goes dark and then comes up higher. So alphas are real bit depth information where photographs are not. And that's going to be your major problem with using just a photograph as your alpha. Does that make sense? Is that answering the question you asked? Well, upload it and we'll look at it. Hold on, let me get, it's, what is it? So it's, http / ZBrush. I think that's it. Right? Actually, those are still around. Did that? Yeah, that worked. Yeah, so upload the model and let's look at it. And I'd be happy to look at it with you. Or the image or whatever you're having problems with. Upload it to that link and we'll look at it and go over it. Oh no, there's no such thing as me working on ZBrush without me crashing it. I'm very abusive to ZBrush. People are like, oh, ZBrush is so unstable. I'm like, no. I'm unstable. Don't blame ZBrush. But if you can't upload it, then upload it and we'll take a look at it. Yeah, I'm not a really good tab closer. My machine at home has taught me some very, very bad habits. Because namely, I can have 11 million things open. My machine has no problems dealing with that. Now my internet has big problems dealing with that. So to give you an idea how bad my internet is, I have Fire TV, to try to get some sort of variety of TV. And if my phone is turned on Wi-Fi, how it'll check for just standard updates, it stops my streaming. So Wi-Fi over internet, or I can't use my phone. I can't even have my phone turned on in the background because it'll do its little checking up and stuff. No, there is no using the worst internet in the world. It's very depressing, honestly. It makes me very sad because I would do so much more work with people online if my internet didn't suck so bad. They don't give us better internet. There is no. Why do I think that there's an extra dent or something in a butterfly wing? Yeah, I didn't think my little groover was too good. It's a much better I like that butterfly better than my butterfly is wrong. I knew there was something weird about my butterfly. But I like that butterfly. There's a better one. No, I'm going to have to come here to do my class. Sadly. It's really kind of depressing that I have to drive 20 minutes to a cooperative workspace to be able to run my classes anymore. I used to run them from home, but I used to have internet. But yeah, sadly, I have to do it from here. Thank God this place is here, because I wouldn't be able to do any of this. You know. What the hell? No. In fact, just got a thing. They were like, oh, yeah, guaranteed 25 meg download, blah, 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 blah. And when I asked for upload speeds, they were like, well, it should be around 5 megs, but we can't guarantee it. And we're on satellite. They just gate our satellite where we are because I guess they don't view it that there are any people who need the internet where I live. So, needless to say, it's insanely frustrating. It frustrates me a lot. A whole lot. Yeah. Not real stoked about it, honestly. It makes me angry. You're a pretty good bug. Can you give me a better pic? No, you're just going to do that crap. I hate that. Give me a bigger picture of this guy. What are you, a Papilla Ulysses swallowtail blueback butterfly? Copy. Boop. 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 Tools. Size. Large. Who do we like? What kind of crap is that? Okay, Seed, we'll look at it in just a second. No, trust me. Our internet is slower than dial-up sometimes. Oh yeah, no. I always love that. It's megabyte. Stop. No, it's not. Just stop. Don't pretend like you know what you're talking about when you don't know what you're talking about. Very frustrating. Hey, there we go. Look at what we got. Let's make that a little smaller. Here you go. Ultimate cheating in ZBrush. No. Here's my, I need you back. I need you to be a little bigger. See through. All right. And we're gonna go. Ta-da! Well, what's nice, depending on what kind of resin you're using, you can actually use the resins. I mean, there are plenty of resins that are tough enough to make cookie cutters out of. Thank you. They make food safe resins, without a doubt. Yeah, you can. There's a little button up here called see through, so you can just kind of slide it over so you can see through, and then just kind of sort of trace it how you want. Oh, you want to make more than one set. You don't want to make them for you. You want to make. I mean, do you want to mass produce them, or do you just want one thing? Yeah, but how is aluminum food safe? Doesn't aluminum cause Alzheimer's? Yeah, and 5G causes COVID, right? Like, what the hell? That one I don't even understand. So have you all heard that one? That 5G causes COVID-19. Someone said that the other day, and I was just like, or there was a thing. You know, there was like actually on a newspaper. You know, 5G does not cause COVID-19. I was just like, is there really a thing that says that? I haven't heard that one, but that one cracks me up. God, people are dumber than rocks. I thought aluminum caused Alzheimer's. Is that just aluminum cans? All right, so real quick, let me extract this real quick just so I don't lose it. Because I know me. I'll do something dumb and crash. Except... All right. So now let's go to Dropbox. And let's look at Scorpion Guy real quick. Load tool. Dropbox. Files, file request. None of these are it, are they? Is it still uploading? I heard the little notification. What am I missing here? Oh, it's a JPEG. Sorry. I was trying to... I thought it was a file. Oh, I'm like, what in the hell is that? Hold on. So you're saying, everybody calm down. Oh my God, stop. What are you on about? Bypass. What in the fuck? All right. Good God. Okay, so obviously I can't figure out how to use Zoom and Photoshop for some reason. It's like, you now have that set to some yangle ching jang delingaling. All right, so let me see. Why is this all double vision all of a sudden? What the shit is that? Oh my God. All right. I'll tell you what, I'm going to die from inhaling isopropyl alcohol fumes. I spray everything. I'm the most paranoid sprayer around. Okay, say, where are we? So you don't understand how this pattern was made? I might have a glove or two. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Let's see what we got here. Well, because of the symmetry, I would say he probably just sculpted this on. Yeah, this doesn't look like an alpha. This looks like he just sculpted it. So let me we're doing. Right, see through. I would argue that he probably used. Let's use that. Let's hide that. Let me make this a soft round, maybe not quite that soft. Now he's using symmetry, so, you know, he's, hold on. And now let's turn on local symmetry. Why is that not working? Oh. All right, now turn on symmetry. There we go. Yeah, I would argue you probably just let's get this flat again. All right. Well, that makes no sense. Oops, sorry. Come on, you slob. just want to get. So chances are he literally just did a build-up. And he just kept going over these intersections until he got that sort of stylized, these build up in both directions. He's doing the same thing here. And chances are he literally just sculpted this stuff in. I don't really have the resolution here to do a great job. Right, and he's just doing this sort of half round kind of thing going down. Like I said, sorry I don't have enough geo here to do this. But, and then once he gets that in, just coming in and doing that second layer of, kind of creating those membranes coming down and off. But, I mean, if you really want, I can take a higher res model. But I think he probably just dug the hole and then came in, sort of did membranes, and just did it in a couple layers. Because it's so symmetrical, I would argue that I don't think it's an alpha. I think he literally just went in and hand sculpted that stuff. That'd be my guess right there. I don't know if that... Does that answer your question? Because I think that... I mean, do you see what I mean? It looks like he laid down a base structure, like his base veins there. And then he got the deep pulls, or he built it up to where he had the nodules. And then I think these are just sculpted in line. I mean, see, those kind of go this way. And then he's just sculpting that in, right? And he's just kind of, he drew like the line, and then he comes back and he does like these little membrane crossings. And then he's just kind of scooping out like that, right? Scoop, scoop, scoop. At least that's my guess. Because if you look, he sort of has that stroke feel going on everywhere he's doing this, and then he's laying in the veins on top, or the patterns. Yeah, because I mean, if you look here, this isn't. Yeah, I would say that's just sculpted in. So let me let's think he just kind of came in and got his structures going. And then just kind of probably use clay build. These got pretty deep if I'm not mistaken. And then he kind of filled these in with these sort of where these membranes are going to kind of play out. And then that's too much. Right, he's sort of defining these like little slip and membraney sort of feely things. And then he kind of gets his like little standardy thing and because he has like these little hashing mark, you can see that that's just him going over line by line by line, right? Because an alpha is not going to give you those undercuts. So he's literally just coming in and, you know, laying in his striations and you know, getting his like little visual rhythm in and then coming back in and cutting that stuff in. That would be my guess anyway. And then he's kind of getting like these little scoops in when he defines that outside edge, and then just gets these little scoops, laying that in. So I would say that's probably how he's going about it. Something in that vein. But you know, he's laying in those little striations and layers. So good afternoon. So Saeed, does that make sense? I really think he just sculpted it in. I don't think there was any trick to that. Like, it's not an alpha. He's literally just going in there and scraping his surfaces. Because see, there's that undercut there. You're not going to get that with an alpha. Yeah, it just looks like he did a lot of stroking. Right, he yeah, you can see that he undercutted that. So basically when he came in, I mean, his is going around more, but you can see that he got it to that depth. Whoa, what the hell? Stop that. Come on. And he also has like this undercut under these. Right? So you can tell he hollowed this out and then came back in with his like little strokes and got it, because these are deeper. And these actually function a little bit more like, so he probably built a structure, got it hollowed out to like where he wanted it, and then came back in with a standard or one of those brushes and filled in the hitchy hatchy marks. That would be my guess. Hopefully, Sayed, you saw that. Hopefully that helps some. But I don't think there's a gimmick. I don't think there's like an alpha or something. I think he just got in there and stroked. At least that would be my guess. Oops, wrong button. Well, that's a very tricky question. First of all, what are you freelancing? Are you freelancing in jewelry? Are you freelancing like at trying to get into a studio or something like that? I would say right now it's very hard, only because the jewelry industry is getting its ass kicked by Corona. I think that it's safe to assume that you can get $25 to $40 an hour, depending on how good you are, at least in the jewelry industry. I'm kind of a turd. I charge $1,800 a day, and that's whether I work on it for 8 minutes or if I work on it for 23 hours. And it's really funny. That was my rate from over 20 years ago in the film industry. Yeah, excuse me. And people are just like, oh my God, that's way too much. And I'll tell you, unless you have a name, you're never going to get that kind of money. I have to fight for that kind of money still. But I'd rather, 99.9% of the time, I don't really want to work on your work, so it's fine if you turn me down. But yeah, I would say getting $25 to $30 an hour, is doable. But it's hard. I mean, it's hard. I think freelancing, you're going to be a hard time. See, I'm fast as hell. I mean, you'd never know, but because I just did a dilly-dally on this stream a lot. But I'm fast. So I can't make money by the hour, really. I'd be getting like $60 to $100 a model, and that's just, I'm not doing that. But like if you can find some place that gives you, a few $100 a model, you're probably going to have to bid it as model prices instead of time, would probably be my guess. Problem is there are just so many people out there that are willing to work for nothing, and they'll screw you every time, because people are like, well, you know, I have someone in my studio who worked for $30 an hour. I'm like, well, then why are you calling me? Because you know I will never work for $30 an hour. So, but I mean, I've been doing this for, you know, I've been doing digital for 16 years, and I've been sculpting for, well, I mean, over 40 years. So I'm not inclined to do cheap work for nothing. It's not something I have any interest in doing. But that's tricky. It depends on a lot of that. Did you? I'm glad, Said. That's good. So are you talking about freelancing as a jeweler or as a CAD designer? For jewelry? Sorry. What's my lag? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's a hell of a lag. Oh, his son star? Yeah, give me some feedback as far as what you're talking about freelance, and, you know, I'm happy to help, but it's tricky. It's not, especially now. I mean, the jewelry industry has been hammered by the coronavirus, because let's face it, there is no such thing as a jewelry emergency. And in turn, that is being explained very clearly to the jewelry industry right now. It's a little rough at the moment. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, the real key is get paid what you can get paid. Because, you know, in a lot of ways, you get paid by how much they need what you do, you know. And there's so many people out there who have rudimentary skills. I mean, I've been teaching for 6 years, and I've trained a lot of people to be to know what the job is. So oh yeah, no, it's cool. I think, you know, I don't know what the I don't know what that market is like. But I really do, I think there are so many people out there who are trying to use CAD, and you really have to distinguish yourself as doing something different than they do. And all I can say is work, put man hours in, and get better than everyone else around you. That is I know that sounds cheesy, but it really is some of the best advice you're ever going to get. And that is work harder than the people around you, and put the time in, and just, I mean, I can't tell you, we looked at my quick saves because that's how I track my time. And this was at least a year ago. I had been, since quick saves had been in, that's how I was tracking my models. And I had 88,000 minutes in 5 years. And that works out to be just a little over 3 years. Of the 5 years was me sitting at a desk working. And luckily I'm OCD. I have a real clinical issue about not working. I can't not work. So I'm lucky in that sense because it allows me to be better than the people around me at what I do. But it kind of screws your social life and things like that. Luckily I have friends who know that I'm a lunatic, and so that's helpful. But at the end of the day, it's man hours. It's really how you're going to get ahead, is work harder than everyone around you. And it's tricky, but I'll tell you what, it works, you know. And I would say that's going to be the best advice I could give you, and that is bust your butt and just get better than people. Because at the end of the day, you know, there are those people who are going to hire their friends and cousins and all of that crap no matter what. And then there are the people who are just learning, who are willing to work for, you know, $8 an hour. And you have to understand there has to be a sort of perceived value in your labor. So you can't just, you know, pick the cheapest price. But if you have no history or no, you know, I'm pretty lucky because I've been doing this since the beginning of ZBrush as far as its capacity to create objects that come out of ZBrush. I was the first person to ever get a ZBrush model out of ZBrush, or a jewelry model out of ZBrush and cast. So, I mean, I'm kind of known for this, but it just comes down to getting your name out there and being better than people. You know, I mean, that's really the key, because holy Hannah, so many people want to do this. And I mean, so many people are doing it, you know, and it's just work. I know that sounds like cheesy advice, but oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the fact that you can make something in your home that you would never be able to do, and yeah, of course it, but you know, at the end of the day, it is have a beautiful portfolio, get stuff up on ArtStation and stay on top of it. You know, I hate to say this because I hate it, but you know, have a great Instagram account where people can start to participate with you and your designs. And I mean, 90% of the work I do is reference people that I've worked with who refer me, or people who see my work and go, oh, I love that. I want something done by him. And that's literally my work. I don't really go hunt for work. I don't really ever look for work. I usually have, you know, enough of I turn down work. You know, I turn down usually quite a bit more work than I do, because for the most part, like I said, I don't particularly want to do your work. I want to do my work. And so I've gotten to a point where I can do my work and people want it and blah, blah, blah. But most of the freelance work that I do is definitely from people who have seen my work, you know. And so, you know, people who like the style that I work in, and, you know, this vocabulary that I've developed over the years. And I think that's just, be someone who stands out because of excellence, and you'll get plenty of work. But the key is, how do you get to that point? And I would argue that how you get to that point is work. Just bust your balls. I don't know. I don't know if that's helpful. Hope it is. Because I really do think that, when I hire people, I want to see people who are excelling at what they do, and you don't excel without a lot of hard work. Because, the whole prodigy, genius, blah, 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 that's all bullshit. I mean, there are people who are incredibly talented and who have been talented since they were kids. But the thing is why was I a good sculptor from when I was a kid? Is because it's all I did when I was a kid. There isn't some magic hoobadoo about any of this. I mean, yes, some people are more inclined. Some people see dimensionality better, blah, blah, blah. But let me tell you, those geeks got to work because those geeks did nothing but sit at home and bust their nuts drawing. And because we love it, it doesn't come across, like, to me, it doesn't register that I work all the time. It's like I have no choice but to do this. I'm myopic OCD. I'd lose my mind if I didn't work all the time. But yeah, I think that's probably the best advice I could give you is bust your balls, get some beautiful images up online of whatever you're doing. And if it's not aesthetic, it doesn't matter. You can take, nice pictures and get it up and out there. And that kills me to say that because I hate having to do all that crap. But I've discovered that I have students who are out there killing it. And it's because they have beautiful images online. And it's sad to me, but whatever. It's okay. Danke. Yeah, that's what I say. In a lot of ways, in freelance, you're not really doing hourly rates. You're doing how much is it going to cost you to make that product. And I would never do an hourly rate. I do day rates. But it was really funny. I don't know. I showed you the weird little charms for Turner Movie Classics, and that he balked at my day rate, and I was like, okay, so how much do you have? What's your budget? And they were like, oh, $2,700. And I was like, okay, I'll do it for that. And they were like, oh, thanks. And it was sort of a friend of a friend. And I was like, all right, do it for that. And I got everything done in, less than 2 days. It was like a day and a few hours. And I sent him the stuff, and he's like, well, that's less than one of your day rates. And I'm like, yep, but you agreed to that price, dude. I'm not, I'm not giving you a discount. Give me my money. And so, it's funny. It's like how people view rates. If they actually had paid me my rate, they would have saved quite a bit of money, because I'm not the person who's going to stretch out a job so I can make more money. Because like I said, 99% of the time, the last thing I want to do is your ideas, because for the most part, people are dimrods and know nothing about design. And there are so many middlemen who are truly just, I have no idea how they got their jobs. And, they're daft when it comes to this stuff. And, and the other thing you have to do is make sure that they understand iteration cost. Because like you can't have someone go, okay, well, I'll give you that for that design, and then all of a sudden they change the design 300 times, and they want you to, well, that's all, that's one design. It's like, well, no, that's like 30 designs. That's not one design. And so you have to make sure that you get an iteration fee, because otherwise people who don't know what they want can work you to death. I mean, they can really screw you on your rate that way. Connections are everything. They're everything. That's why, often when people ask me that question, oh, how do I break into this? It's like, first of all, move to wherever the industry that you want to break into is. Because it's not, well, it's the internet, I can do it from anywhere. Well, yeah, you can, but you can't go out to drinks with the people who are giving you jobs, or the people who are in the industry, or the people you really, I mean, it's really a who you know kind of thing. And that's what I was saying. I'm lucky because as far as ZBrush and manufacturing, I hopped on that pony very, very early, and I'm known for what I do, But yeah, now there are so many people doing it that you really have to find a way to stand out or be, in those hiring loops. And often those hiring loops are literally given to the people who are in front of them, right? So it's like, oh, great, you have a great portfolio, but you live in, someplace that isn't easy for us to deal with. And yeah, no, that can haunt you until you're known. It doesn't matter where I live. I get enough work that I could, my only problem is right now my house sitting is having no internet is definitely kind of screwy on me. Ooh, look at that. Butterfly. All right, that's been super exciting. Oh my God, this is silly. I can't believe everyone has witnessed me making peace song. All right, what time is it? Oh, it's still fairly early, 1:25. Oh, holy Hannah, tight. Anybody have any questions? God only knows that I don't need to be making butterflies all night. Or mushrooms. Kind of wish I'd stopped and gotten sugar. I could definitely use sugar at the moment. Anyone have any questions at all? Feel free to ask. I have no clue how many of you are out there, so I don't know if I've bored y'all to death. That's kind of fun. All right, first thing I need to do is let's save this, because this is now, what, 116 million polys? Save as AZ Tools, Smiley Pool. This is, oh no, I need this on my external drive. This is don't you like my naming convention? All kinds of smiley stuff. Ding, 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 ding. Oh. Oh. I do. I enjoy jewelry. Jewelry provides some very interesting challenges, like what is producible, how does it fit. I never thought I'd be a jeweler. I was a physical sculptor in the film industry, and then I did large abstract bronzes and stuff, and I just kind of fell into making jewelry, and I don't know, I found it incredibly challenging, and I think the jewelry industry needs some dramatic changes, and I feel like I'm sort of on the pulse of some of those changes. So there's also this intriguing sort of, how can we change the jewelry industry? You know, there's some very good, it's very fascinating, very interesting. You know, gemstones are awesome. You know, and it's also one of the true, real interactive art forms, because, you know, at the end of the day, people can like your work or not like your work, but someone has to like your work. Like jewelry is meant to be interacted with, right? There's no, well, there are some goofy art jewelers who make things that are not meant to be worn. I think that's bullshit. I mean, good jewel, like I make sculpture that's not meant to be worn. That's sculpture. So you can say, oh, I made this art jewelry and it's like a butterfly like this. I find most of that insanely annoying because, well, that's not jewelry, that's sculpture. And there is a difference. And I think that interactivity with the wearer is a very fascinating thing to have to always have in mind if you want to make successful jewelry. And so in that case, I find it quite compelling to try to figure out how do you fulfill the needs of a wearer and, you know, my needs as a creator and an artist. So it's become an interesting journey. Yeah. So we'll do it live, but then it goes up in the next day or so, and you can always watch it after the class. That's what you mean, right? Like if you miss a class or miss a session, can you go in and watch the session again? Yeah, of course. Yes. What is this? Is any of this important? No, none of this is important. Delete all. Sorry, just cleaning this model out because we don't need 200 million polys of wah-wah. I don't think that you can. I'm not. This is through Ryan, so I don't really do anything to it. You know what I mean? I know that in the past, you've always had access to it. So even after the class is done, you can access the videos. But I don't think that. Now, you may be able to buy into all of it after the case, right? But yeah, I don't know. That's something you might have to ask Ryan. If you go to Vector Schools, I think that's what it is. We get the name changed all the time. Let's see. That's not it. Oh, I think it's here. Isn't it lovely? I can't even find the thing. Hold on. Yeah, you can see how I'm such a dipshit when it comes to this stuff. Hold on. Where's why is everything all squirrely? I think you just hit skip until next restart, and it'll. If there is, then yeah, that would. I would assume. I don't know. I know when it was ZBrush workshops, and then it's been like 4 different names that you could, but this is a different. I can't believe hold on. Oh, vertex. Damn. I know. I'd say it's getting late, right? Hold on. Workshops. What says on demand? So, yeah. I can only assume it'll be up. I don't see why it wouldn't be, because these are just ones that he's done before. Mike Thompson. He is so awesome. God, he's great. So yeah, I would make wagers that, yes, without a doubt, it would be up there. And this is not blocking out a Moto. That's funny. So whoever set this up took one of the old classes and obviously copied the curriculum off one of the old classes. It's close though, but no blocking up of Moto. Yeah, I would assume you can. Because he has it set up to do that. So then I know that we have done it that way in the past. So I can only assume that, yes, that would be my bet. Well, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying, but at the end of the day, my classes are always weird because I have people who can use ZBrush who don't know anything about jewelry, and then I have jewelers who don't know anything about ZBrush. So the class is a little bit more fluid in how it goes about dealing with things. And like really a lot of the learning is done through the critique sessions. And so, you know, I introduce the form, I introduce the techniques, and then you work on them. You put the parts up, we go through crits. So I don't, you know, I wouldn't be intimidated about not being able to keep up, because sort of every student has their own pace, and how I run it normally, that's not a big issue, because I mean, I get people who literally thought, I swear this is not a joke, thought that the thing that came out of the front of the computer was a cup holder. Yeah, that's so I wouldn't be too stressed about it. What happened here? Oh, I have no idea. Ooh, I'm getting this ring back this week in bimetal. I'm excited. It's not an old joke. Seriously, she didn't know what the thing was. She was like, I don't know what this is. I'm like, have you ever had a computer? No, I'm a bench jeweler, but I got a computer so I could take this class. Seriously, had no idea what that thing was. Yeah, no. I mean, did not know what it was. What the hell do you think it is? It's like, come on. Hey, but we got her making jewelry. That's all that matters, right? Holy friggin' Hannah. Yeah, no. Teaching is a really magic thing. It's crazy. Okay. So first things first, I need to do this. It's pushing 2 o'clock. After 6 hours, I need to pee. Yeah, she was pushing 60 and literally bought a computer to learn this. She's a magnificent bench jeweler. Be right back. Oh, God. Oh, I'm a cripple. Holy hell. Oh, my God. Now I need to go to the hot tub. Oh yeah. See, public workspace. Just left a room that I had control over. Touch things. 99% isopropyl alcohol. And why I don't mind touching my face after I do that. Because that shit kills everything. Of course. Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's so funny. I never thought I'd be an educator, and it's been an interesting... I know, right? Let me tell you, I don't touch anything. It freaks me out. I spray. If anything, I'm going to get cancer from inhaling friggin' isopropyl alcohol, because, you know, once again, it's a public space in the sense of if you're a member, you can come in, but it's not open to the public, so that's good. And very few people, I mean, you know, I've been doing this over 6 months here, and I might have seen 5 people here. So even now, like, a lot of people don't show up. You know, it's not a busy place in any way, shape, or form, but, you know, I come in and I spray down my room, I spray down the chairs, I spray down everything before I put my stuff even out of the car and bring it in, so I clean it all down. And then, obviously, I can't spray down everything, so I spray down all my doorknobs and everything, so this is a clean room, it's clean. And then when I leave, I just spray myself down. So, there's a lot of spraying going on around here, that's all I'm saying. Oh my God. No, it's sadly absurd that this is what has to happen. But, I mean, I have allergies. I touch my face way too much not to be just absolutely crazy about cleaning stuff. It's just, yeah. Can't apologize for that. So, what did I just do? All right. Let's... What? Where's my star? Oh, there it is. I'm like, I can't function without my star. Take you, and we're going to append you into the star. Is the temperature dropping outside? 40 degrees and rain just came in. That's why I'm starting to snuffle again. It's so annoying. W, bump, cylinder, bump. That's okay. It's too thick, but that's okay. We're gonna make it a little smaller. What? 80. Resize. Okay. Squish it down a little. don't have symmetry turned on. Nope. And divide. All right. $9 mil, I need a little wider. That'll do, pig. What? I don't even know what that is. Hold on. How long has that been there? Is that new? Is that something I just touched? Super weird. Okay, so it's part of that. Things just fall apart. Type something. Here we go. So how do you get rid of that? Where'd that come from? I think that if you're going to use ZBrush, you have to have a tablet, really. Well, you said you got a medium-sized one, quite basic. But are you talking about a Cintiq or just a tablet? Damn it, I don't know how to get rid of this type something. Hold on. Let's do that. And give me a second. We'll reload it. We'll relaunch it. I don't know where type something came from. Oh, see, type something's gone. All right. I have no idea what that was about. Once again, Tomas's incredible computer acumen is staggering. Who the hell knows? All right, just a little reboot. Okay, so yeah, the graphics tab. So you mean this? Well, this. Yeah, no, you don't need a Cintiq. I would say if you can afford wood, buy one. Only because I truly believe that for me, I can't use the tablet. Because doing something over here and looking at it, my dyslexia, it's like worse than Etch-a-Sketch. I'm all over the place. So for me, yes, it's incredibly necessary for me to have a Cintiq. But I've also had one for, like I said, over 20 years, I think. So it's been a long damn time since. I can't imagine not having a Cintiq. Let's put it that way. But no, by no means, you don't need a Cintiq. I know people who are incredibly good with a tablet, and that's fine for them. So no, I don't think it's a necessity. I think that if you can afford one, you'll find that it is super helpful and it works incredibly well, and it's a wonderful thing. But I don't think that a Cintiq is necessary. I spray my hands all the time. If I don't leave my tablet, I don't think I have to respray myself after I spray the room 13 times. Yeah, I've just never used any of those. Like I said, I've had a Cintiq forever, and I'm actually quite fond of Wacom as a company. So, like I said, you'd be hard pressed to get me to use a different tablet for sure. Also, I just think they invented the technology, and the subtlety of their screens is better than any of the others I've seen. I don't think any of them have the sensitivity levels that Cintiq has or that Wacom has. I could be wrong. But yeah, no. I don't think you need one to succeed. Right. I don't know. But if you can afford one, they're awesome sauce. Yeah, so did Microsoft. I mean, the first, what are their tablet things called? They had Wacom at the very beginning. I mean, they invented the technology, so I guess the patent ran out, or I don't know how any of that crap works. I don't pay that much attention. But yeah, I can't imagine not having my Cintiq. That would make me absolutely loony. Yeah, no, I mean, let's put it this way. Whatever it takes for you to work, that's what's right. And so, I know people who have the other brands of such, and they love them. And as long as you love it, who cares? I mean, I do not like that. I do not understand why this happens with ZBrush. But if you try to go this way, it doesn't work. But like, if you are on any other axis, and once you break that, but it like locks in that, if you are perfectly on screen. Like see how it won't rotate? It'll rotate this way. It'll rotate this way. It'll rotate that way. But for some reason, it locks on this angle. And that I find annoying. Oh, it might have been the Lenovo then. Once again, I don't pay too much attention to what other things that people do. I'm kind of in my own little world. What are those lines? It's Lazy Nezumi. It's a plugin that allows you. So the one thing ZBrush doesn't really, the only circles it really allows you to draw are from center. So this is sort of like a French curve template-y thing, and it lays on top of, so I can come here and draw circles if I want, and blah, blah, blah. So it's really all about drawing circles. Ta-da! Yeah, it's sort of a French curve sort of guideline program. It was originally a Photoshop plugin, but now they make it for, no, go away, no. Basically any program, you hit Control 1. Nope. Oh. Really? Why is... I guess it's already locked, so it won't do it again. The edge, it flashes red, and so it locks to that screen. So if, let's say I have this program up, hold on. I tap Lazy Nezumi, and hold on, come on. I tap the drawing program, Control 1, and see how there's a red flash there, and then you can use it here as well. Oh, that's really annoying. But you can move it around, And it has like fisheye perspective, and it has all kinds of cool, some cool like drawing tool stuff. But the nice thing about it is that it also works in ZBrush, so you can do all of that on your models as well. So I find it to be a awesome tool. Yeah, I think it's really wonderful. Oh, thank you for posting that up there for me. Adanka. Too much. Actually, I should just copy it so it's the same pattern. I was just going to free fly there, but since I have the pattern and we're making a line of jewelry, I should just use it. All right, what do we got here? Turn transparency off. And Q. that smaller. Turn that up a little. Might as well make this X, Y, and Z. And let's start here. So I can't see who's out there, but if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask away. I'm here to help you where I can. So do not hesitate to ask, because I'm just futzing around right now. I'm collaborating with my friend on his fashion line. And so this is sort of me trying to figure out some things for that. So do not hesitate to ask anything. It's 4 a.m. there. It's 2 o'clock here. It was a great pleasure. But yeah, without a doubt, join anytime. And I think the class, I don't think that there'll be any problem with the class as far as trying, doing it later. Usually I lose the East Coasters by now. Hey, Brazil. All right, so let's shrink this up and look at it. Well, yeah, you're only 2 hours off, right? So that is true. Yeah, it has definitely. Sadly, it hasn't really affected mine too much. I always have wackadoodle sleeping habits. Come on. Why are you acting that way to me, Lazy Nazumi? Hook window. talking? I'm very confused. Okay, that's working. So why is this one not? No. All right, it's kind of working again. Who knows? I'm so out of touch with me poor machine. Good night, man. Have a good one. Oh, I can't believe you did that to me. I was like, no! You just, oh, that was unkind. I see how you are. Damn it, man! Yeah, that was not nice. Just not nice at all. Sad when people know my weaknesses. It's unkind. So it's a form soft brush. I just changed the settings a little. I have a square alpha on it. It has a wide we were talking about fall off, so the focal, god damn it, focal shift. It's a pretty wide focal shift, so it's kind of stays hard, you know. You know what I mean. Mm-hmm. I'm not being very disciplined at the moment. Come on, you. Let's turn that down a little so I can get it into place first. Fine, I'll start with that. Why are you acting that way? It's getting all sketchy. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to make up shapes that I have sitting in front of me, but I'm like, oh. See, why is that? To be very overactive there. Now, that's it right there. That. And that. Yeah, that's exactly, it's like sort of, my brush size is so melodramatic. Why is that so melodramatic? It shouldn't be hopping around that bad. Oh, that's why it's acting so weird. Hey, Paolo, how are we doing? Anything exciting and new going on in your world? Let's take that there, then back up and through. Nothing new at all? I'm sorry to hear that. But to be fair, I can't say that there's anything dramatically new in my life either, so maybe I'm just holding you to a higher standard. So for anyone out there joining us, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm just kind of working on stuff that I've been working on, so it's not a big deal for me to stop what I'm doing and help you with what you need to help you with what you need if you need. Come on. Right on, Said. What's going on? Okay, so we have that coming out. Come on. Like I said, that's a little on the annoying side. that. That is this guy. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I have that coming up. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so that is actually coming up here and becoming that line. Let's undo that. You know what I need to do. Let's go back here. We need a history state is what we need. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, Scheisseli, but that's way too far back. Anybody have any questions? Feel free to ask. We're going to make that our history state. We're going to come back out here. Do I have any problems? Does Sling go with two monitors with different? I haven't experienced that. I haven't had any issues with that as of yet. I mean, I just move it to the other thing and it works. But I don't really use two monitors when I'm using ZBrush, so I don't know if that might have something to do with it. I kind of like Dislinguo. I had no idea what the hell you were talking about, but I figured you were asking if I was having problems with that. No, not as of yet. All right. Oh, Scheisseliebe. So no, I have not run into that. But who knows? God only knows that I may have problems with everything, as you're noticing right now. Can't get anything to work. Let's just get rid of that little area right there. Because that is wrong. So you can see that history brushes are nice to be able to get rid of stuff. Let's get rid of all that. Here, we're gonna try this again. Ooh. Back face masking is important sometimes. Look at that. Bad. Whenever you see that, that's because you didn't have back face masking turned on. Come on. What have I done? Oh, okay, so you have to make sure in Lazy Nezumi that you have the tablet setting. A few upgrades ago, they changed the tablet setting. Did you make sure that, let's go Lazy Nezumi, up here in settings, disable on tablet options, see tablet mouse mode. You have to make sure tablet mouse mode is selected. So you may want to go in there and look at that, because I haven't had any problems with my Lazy Nezumi. So you have to make sure that you have your tablet mousey thing on, though. Because if that's not on, then it does weird stuff sometimes. All right, let's see. Mine. I would recommend my online course. If you're doing character stuff, I think that Shane Olson's class is really nice. I'm about to start running a class. I mean, there are a handful of classes out there that are okay. What? When's the last time you updated Lazy Nezumi? What version are you on? Because I think I am on. Okay, I'm updated. What? I'm on version 20.03.05 1918. Check your version number. That might have an update might have happened. Otherwise, I would uninstall it completely and reinstall it and see if that works. See if that works. Okay. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm working on some pieces for a fashion line, but God only knows that I am more than willing to help you with whatever you need. And as I said, I will try. Obviously, I didn't have all of the Lazy Nezumi answers. Okay, and now that goes in there, and I believe that that goes there. All right, so that. wrong direction. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. 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 No one? No questions? Okay. Then I will sit here and continue to do this. I hope this is compelling enough. Bum, 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 bum. So expensive? What are you talking about? ZBrush is what? Is it like, I think it might be $800 now? That's not expensive. I mean, you don't pay for upgrades. I mean, I bought this program for $680 16 years ago, and I've never spent another penny on it. I mean, yeah, compared to free programs, it's expensive, but that's not, I mean, Matrix, which is the number one sort of competitor in the jewelry world. I mean, you know, that's like $8,000 or $9,000. So I don't see how you can. I mean, way too much for what, my friend? I don't know. I mean, do you pay for program? I'm not being a smartass. I'm serious. Do you pay for programs? Do you own programs that you have purchased? Because, I mean, that's not an expensive program. I mean, you know, it's not a free program. You go, oh, Blender's free. Yeah, but it does completely different things. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it just comes down to, you know, can you make money off of it? And the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Yeah, well, I mean, there are all kinds of complaints you could have for, you know, ZBrush per se, but the cost, I can't, the monthly thing and then the 6-month thing, so you don't have to buy it outright. But I mean, an $800 program's nothing. I mean, shit, Keyshot, if you bought it, it's almost $2,000, you know, and you have to pay for upgrades every time. So, I mean, if you're used to free programs, yeah, it's, you know, ZBrush is a real program, and in turn you pay, you know, Keyshot, you pay for it every year. Well, I mean, yeah, you know, I mean, if you can't afford it, that's one thing. But to say it's not worth it is is that's crazy talk, because I mean you can't compare ZBrush to Blender or Mudbox. It's a very deep, complete program tied to, making money. I mean, it is the industry standard for sure. Sure, Blender's cheaper, but it doesn't do half the crap that that ZBrush does. And I mean, I'm not going to get into the world of, I'm going to fight about Blender compared to ZBrush. It's if you don't know that there's a difference between Blender and ZBrush, then you probably don't need ZBrush. If you're happy with Blender and you're making money off Blender, that's awesome. Congratulations, that's great. I don't use Blender, never have, and it's not that I have anything against Blender. I mean, I have no personal opinions towards Blender, but it's not the same thing. I mean, that it's a free program. It doesn't, whatever. Well, I guess. I mean, you can always, like for students, you could do it by the month, but I mean, it's an $800 program. It's cheap. They don't charge you for upgrades. I mean, you have to understand, they are being so mind-bendingly generous with this program. It blows me away because, I mean, let's face it, studios, we would pay thousands of dollars for this program, but he's never done that. They've never raised the price. I mean, try to buy Autodesk or, try to buy any other program. They cost a fortune. And the sad thing about it is that they don't care. They're going to charge you, $800 to $1,500 every year for upgrades. And I get it. It's for a student, it's not free, but at the end of the day, you can learn programs that are free, but I mean, I guess there might be some people out there who are looking for people with Blender skills, but let me tell you, if you're not, that's not like one of those job requirements that people are really out there hunting for. No, it's not a parametric program. I mean, but I mean, it's a sculpting program. It's not a parametric program. It's not designed to be a parametric program. It's not designed to be a CAD program. It is a digital sculpting program, So I mean, but especially in jewelry design, I think a lot of the parametric stuff is garbage. I mean, if you're just making Tiffany bands and fine. But I mean, if you're trying to be creative, I think that, most of your parametric programs are trash for sculpting, right? So, I mean, they just do different things. But I mean, what are you trying to get? I mean, when you say parametric feature, like what is it that you want out of the parametric ism? Schism. No, so like what parametric feature are you talking about? Like what is it that you want the parametric to do that? I understand you're asking if ZBrush does it, but I mean, like what feature of a parametric? Well, sure. I mean, there are people who like polymodeling. That's great. And I mean, it has some very big benefits to things. But I mean, I'm a sculptor and I'm using a sculpting program. Like I used Rhino for, Matrix, which was sitting on top of Rhino, but that's how I was introduced to CAD, was Rhino. And, to me, as a sculptor, it makes absolutely no sense in the world to do it in Rhino. But, I would say the only thing that I could do in Matrix that I can't really do in ZBrush is some of the like stone setting stuff, some of the pave stuff and things like that. But I've discovered as I work as a professional in the jewelry industry, nobody wants that anyway. Someone doing the stone setting doesn't want you to be setting up their pave in a CAD program. So to prepare the base, well, it's a weird UI if you're used to CAD programs, let me tell you. I mean, it is a weird UI. But at the same time, I mean, I used to use Modo to do all my block up, or Rhino, and I do everything in ZModeler, but it depends. See, you're not going to use ZBrush like you would a CAD program. They serve different functions. They do different things. And like I'm not just being defensive about it. I'm just saying they do not think the same way, right? Like ZBrush is almost more like a point cloud analysis program than it is a poly program. And they've been bringing some more of those poly features in, but it still just doesn't think that way. And you have to learn to think sort of how the machine thinks, and that's where a lot of people have problems with it, is that they can't wrap their head around how ZBrush thinks. Especially if you're used to CAD programs, it is a very different creature. So, I mean, like I said, it completely depends on what you're trying to get out of the program. I'd still love to know what parametric features you're thinking of that you'd like to use, And once again, I'm in the jewelry and manufacturing world. So, if you're trying to do interiors and, trying to build a bridge or something, I doubt you're going to do that in ZBrush, But what perfect surface? I mean, what is a perfect surface that you're trying to get? And why do you want that perfect surface? Because, I mean, I haven't heard any complaints about my surfaces. Because at the end of the day, your surfaces are only as good as your printer or milling machine, It's like, well, I mean, I know people who do a lot of hard surface modeling in ZBrush. It's not my thing. I'm an organic modeler. But, there are people doing all kinds of like robot-y, hard surfacey kind of stuff. I mean, I built Thomas the Tank in this, and hold on. Tell me, and like once again, I'm not challenging you or anything like that. I'm just trying to, because the reason I'm asking is that, look, I get a lot of my students come out of Rhino, okay, and everything they ask for, you can do in ZBrush. There are a handful of things you can't, right? But here, let me see if this picture, if we can get it. No. Where's my Instagram? There it is. Let's go down here. There. That was made completely in ZBrush. Right? And I mean, that's hard surface modeling, right? So, you know, I don't usually do things that are hard surface, but it definitely can be done. I mean, that's a model I built in ZBrush. Some I don't use Sculptress much. It depends. Like I said, if there are a lot of bridges and things like that, I'll Dynamesh or whatever, go into Sculptress Pro, stretch, and then ZRemesh. So it completely depends on what I'm trying to do. For the most part, I do all my black up in ZModeler and keep it as simple as possible. So super, you can see that you can do hard surface, right? It just comes down to learning the interface and learning ZModeler, because I actually find ZModeler to be very fast once you're used to it. And there are a couple of tricks, and blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, I'm trying to sculpt stuff. I'm not trying to build, geometric lines, blah, blah, blah. And like, if you're talking about what I'm doing right now, this really is intended to have a hand sculpted feeling. So I'm not trying to get, mechanical surfaces here. This is very intentionally the style that I'm sort of this lumpy handmade style that, oh, don't be silly. Yes, actually, I do use no back and forth quite a bit. But so let's say I'm going to hash mark in here, right? I'll often turn on no back and forth. And then that way it gives me just that one line, as opposed to it gets sloppier this way, right? And so for a cleaner, excuse me, a cleaner, like sort of linear hash mark, you can see that the no back and forth allows you to keep some of that nicer, straighter, Oh yeah, it's just so quick. And I can understand why it gives you anxiety, because it has so much it can do. I mean, it's crazy all the things you can do in ZModeler. I use it. I mean, all my models, I mean, obviously this is just a round thing, but most of my models start out in ZModeler, right? So like, in all reality, instead of here, let's do it. Let's just make this real quick, okay? So I need this section here. Let's get a star. we'll make a cube. Now let me get this centered just so. No, turn symmetry off. Center object, okay. Get it? Okay, so it is good and centered. So now we're going to come here. We're going to turn transparency on. We are going to turn this on. I want this to be polycube. I want a center line. Just one. Damn it, I just need one. Hold on. Oh, there were lines there. One, because I'm going to divide it around. Let's turn this back on. Get this down in here. Get it to be the right size. I'm going to do this real quick. I have yet to see a VR program that has any kind of legitimate responsiveness to it that wouldn't make me just want to stab myself in the eye, then work with it. But I'm really anal. I like to have control over my model when I'm working on it. So, you know, that's really my weirdness. And there could be a program out there that does it. I just have never seen it. I mean, I would be excited to play with it. I mean, because at the end of the day, if I could actually stand up and work again instead of sit on my butt all the time, I'd be a much healthier person, and that would make me happy. But you know, at the end of the day, whatever. I'm not gonna turn symmetry on. That's Z, isn't it? Yeah. And I'm just going to tap that out. I use a 3-point corner. My brush is too big. That infinite XYZ. My brush size is just behaving oddly tonight. And if you want it really straight, you grab those, flip, go W, center RW, boom, and then just drag it towards the center line, and that way you have now made those all in a straight line. Cue that away. Now we're going to bring you over here. And that's there. That's that corner. I want my lines to be kind of similar, so I'm going to keep that there. There. And it's easy to come back and make these more square, but I'm not going to worry about it right now because I'm just doing block up. Here, there. What is that snapping to? I have something turned on and I don't know what it is. I don't know why I got this snap. Oops. See, there's something snapping. That is weird. Okay, is that my next corner there? Come on, you. See, what is that snapping to? That's weird. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Now, it's easier, like if you're doing these corners, if you'll notice, I'm going around the corner as opposed to just, if you're just going for speed, like when you hit these corners, let me get back into here, right? Like you can feasibly do this, and then if you're coming out of a corner, you know, you can just go that. But what that does is it breaks the linearity of the angles. And so if I want it to then come in and do an effect like get a ridge on the, see that? That is so funny. I have no idea. See how that snaps to that? I have no idea what that's snapping to. I'm clueless at the moment. But what it does is it prevents you from, here, I'll show you in just a second. So this is this line. I have no answers for that. That is super bizarre. Okay. And then the easiest way to get these to, sometimes they will, see how they won't snap to each other. So the easiest way to get that to happen is just make sure they're facing each other a little more. And then snap, they're tied together. And then you just bring that up. You bring that up. And here, what I mean by you lose the linearity if you go around is if I insert an edge, you see I now can insert nice clean edging. Now hold on, and get rid of some of this crap actually. No, we need it. So you can do it in, you know, fewer shapes. And so like if you want to get all these lined up, just select them, hit W, get that little groover down here. You can hit it center, and then all you do is slide this to it where it's meeting in the center there, and that straightens all those lines. Let's say you want these to be square too. Center that up, and you just pinch it, and now those straighten up. And so there we go, we have a rough shape. I just come into the next one and do it again. I don't like clipping because clipping doesn't do what you think it does. And I find that just grabbing them and being able to, you know, just do that, go to center, and now that is bringing everything in line here. Select, go to center, and then you can see that ties it into the angle. And so, and hold on, let's just do the, oops. These, you can bring this in, choose your angle, and straighten them out. And then you can come out here and do the same thing. Get it at the angle. We're at that angle, right? We get it where we want it to be, and you just push it out. And now those are parallel, right? And so you're like, oh well, I want these. And go back up, get on your point, and now you pull that down, and now that is where clipping can do some weird geometry, because it doesn't actually cut anything off. It compresses all of your points to one point, and in this it doesn't matter because this is super simple. But the second you have geometry that's complex, that can become a nightmare. So so now I'm going to make this shape in here. Well, I'm going to do this, boom, and squish. No, this is no symmetry's on. Boom. Come in here. We'll move that in. You know, you can just take it, change your geometry. This is going a different direction, so I would just turn this back into a cube. Oh, hit the split mask part, sorry. Split mask part. And yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly use it. And I mean, it's just my workflow. But yeah, no, people can do good stuff with clipping. I'm just not a clipper. I'm a mover arounder. Boom, boom. And let's get rid of these two. Boom. So actually I need less room on these. Boom. W, bring you in here. Yeah, no, it's something that I haven't really, I don't particularly use, and it's not a, like I said, it's not a, I just find while I'm using ZModeler. I just do it within ZModeler, and it's sort of the same tool set, and it allows me to, I don't. Right, and just come back in and get rid of that line, and I can get rid of that line, right, and then where's that? That's going out that way, so yeah, let's figure out where you are. And I tend to always model flat first, because it gives me it just gives me a nice, I know where my layout is, I know where everything's going. And so let's just look at this real quick. Okay, that does go there. All right. Doo-doo. That's better spacing anyway. So let's go back to you. Nope. Let's go back to you. Stop it. Yes, I know that mesh is. This is annoying. It won't Z model on something with, but if you tap it a few times, it like really. Stop it. Just stop it. Just give me my model back. Yes, I know. This is a weird loop that it gets into sometimes, where it won't let you select a tool because it's like, oh, well, you need to, and I'm like, oh, no. ZModeler, bump, bump. Right, and so let's boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, so we got that part. So now this comes through here. close enough to spit on. So now pin the star, boom. W, a cube, boop. And we come up here. Well, no, because actually, if I were going to make this and I want a certain thickness and I want it to be hollow, this is how I block models up. I mean, this is the way I do it. And I mean, what have we spent? We've spent 15 minutes so far. That's not a lot of time. And so this way I can come in here. Let me see the W. Well, actually, that's there. Mm-hmm. And then this has and so now this is something you can turn, mirror, bend, twist, and blah, 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 blah. But now I just come in and I divide this up. Well, obviously, I need to put non-smooth divided a couple times. And come to you. Turn off smooth, divide, 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 smooth, divide, divide, divide. Come to you. Smooth, divide, divide, smooth, divide, 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 divide. And now I come in and I just start sculpting. Now, if you, like a lot of people will want, like let's say they want ridges or something on this, you can come in at this point and you know, you can insert bevels and stuff in. And this is why it's important to take the time and do it with it going around, because now it's super easy for me to come in and do things like, oops, sorry, poly loop. Excuse me. Right, and so you can do a lot of stuff in here if you have this stuff. If you've kept the integrity of this model, now when we divide, right, you already have your lips and edges, and now you don't have to futz with that. I tend to like to sculpt that stuff in. I tend to like my hand strokes better than everything that's super perfect. Yeah. So turn symmetry off here. Let's get to the center. There is bend arc. So you can grab this and bend it. You can change the radius of the arc that you're bending. There's also bend curve. And that, damn it. Post-nasal drip sucks. You got to get it going the right way. There we go. I want it to bend that way. I need a few more points. This works better if you start with fewer points and then add them. So here, you know, you're grabbing your and you know, you can, oh, I don't have smooth on. That's why that's acting all wonky. So you can do that kind of bend. Then there's also like twist. Right, you can twist on any of those axes. There's taper. Right, extended. So you can really futz with your shapes dramatically here. Get everything kind of where you want it and go sculpting. So, I mean, there are tons of, I mean, and as you can see, there are tons of these things. You know, there's flatten. I want that to be flat. You know, there are all your remesh options in here. Remesh by Dynamesh, by Union, ZBrush. Project Primitive is really cool. It just, you have to futz with it for a while. That's something I'm not even going to, if I showed you, you're not going to get it, so it's not. Deformer is just that. It's a box grid, and you can grab, you know, and you can really just get your part to fit exactly where you want it in, you know, by doing your deformation here. So you can really tune a form here, you know. So there are tons of deformation and stuff that you can do. And, you know, this is still fairly, I have soft edges because I had smooth on when I divide it, but you can make that perfectly sharp and do all this stuff to it. So, yeah, you know, there are lots of ways of using it. Well, that's discipline. Working on small detail that you don't think will ever show. That comes down to having printed a bunch of stuff and seeing what shows. I tend to use this material, this Mod Dirty Blue 1, because it gives me the best example of what is, if you have a dramatic, if you have a dramatic material, it'll make the highlight and shadows, darker, steeper. It'll bleed it out. It'll make it look very dramatic, flush it out so it looks very flat. Mod Dirty Blue, well, one of the grays is pretty good too, but I can't look at gray 18 hours a day. That would make me nuts. It's a nice, easy color on the eyes, and it really shows me what's going to show up in my model, So, that's the other thing. There are 1,000 ways to skin a cat in ZBrush. It's like, well, how do you want to do it? Because at this point, I could come in and I could... Now, if I were really doing this, I would come back in and here, let's duplicate. Come up here and let's actually go back to here. History brush you cannot use with symmetry. So, but projection brush you can. So if I am going to do it this way, this is how I'll tend to do it. And I'll show you what I mean. So in here, I'll come to projection brush, and I'm going to take this and I'm going to turn this on so I know what I'm projecting to. And I'll show you why I'll project in. Oh. Did this move? If you have a history state set on something, the project brush will go to that, and that's what we're trying to avoid there. Okay, there we go. So I'll come in here, and I will just make sure that these are flush with the surface that I'm trying to project to. Oh, and you can turn symmetry on again. Right, and so I'm just going to come in and make sure my spacings are there. Make the brush smaller and come in here. It depends on how much you want. Like I want those touching because you need it to be stable. There has to be enough things touching that it isn't just floating around. And so come in and make sure all that's kind of where I want it to be. And then I'll just take masking and just mask this space a little. And you can be excessively anal about this if you want. At the moment I don't want to be, just because I'm trying to get through this to show you. And so from here, extract. And you'll see that I have a little bit of mesh, but I think that'll be fine. Say accept. Right. And now I will mask the tops of these off again. Wait, hold on. The tops are masked. We'll come in and unmask the bottoms. Right, and so now get W, make sure it's, hold down Alt, make sure you're at center, and then you can just bring that in. Bring it to where it gets to the inside of the cuff there, right? Just And so now, take that and come to this guy, come here, duplicate, because I duplicate all. Where did it just go? Oh, there it is. Okay. And now we're going to take these guys and we're going to bring them down here. Grab you, make a new folder. Okie doke. Now you notice that it only brought that piece into the folder. If you have a bunch of pieces, you want to make a folder with those pieces. Here, let's drag that out. I'm going to separate these into different groups just so you'll see what I'm talking about here. Turn symmetry off. Control W. So now are these different? Is that different? Okay, so now group split. So you can see I have these different groups, right? And I'm like, okay, well, no, did I just completely screw myself? I might have. One sec. I hate it when I forget that. Yeah, see, are those full shapes or are they just... Fuck. That sucks. I thought I auto-grouped those. So actually it's just this guy right here, huh? And, hold on. It's that one. Okay. What we're going to do is just, we're going to eliminate this one because I kind of porked the pooch on it. I thought I regrouped everybody, but I didn't. So you. All right, these, I'm just going to delete them for right now. Because I didn't auto group them, the insides were weird. These are stretched. This might kvetch some, but we're going to. The problem with, you know, once again, anytime you get like the metallics and stuff like that, often, yeah, they're fine to look at, but they're not showing you what. Okay, this might or might not boolean because I was sloppy. Yeah, see here. Sorry guys, I was sloppy with this. I was trying to just get through it. So now you can come in here. If you're trying to get multiple things into one folder, come here, and then what you can do is W, if you turn that on, which is the transpose all selected, and you select them so they're visible, right? Now, when you go new folder, it asks if you want everything visible in. You go, yeah. Enter. And you can see that now it brought everything that was visible into the folder. So that's an easy way of picking varied parts that you need and getting them into the folder in one part. These aren't going to boolean well because I just, when I pulled them, I didn't have it well. I brought something else in too. Oh, that's the first one that I duplicated. Okay. So then, you know, just start, and then these are negative. And it's going to say Boolean can't work because you're a jackass. And then Boolean folder. Let's see if it does it quickly or if it sits there and goes, because these are not good plugs. I just dragged them down. So it might hit like right here and just sit and freeze. Oh, well, that's good. It's going to tell us Booleans ookie, but that's okay. Wow. I can't believe that it didn't reject that. I'm quite impressed. And so now you can see that's an easy way to get your base holes in. Right? And so now you're pierced. The thing to remember is in doing that Boolean, you lose your subdivision levels. And that may or may not be an issue, but you just want to make sure that you're ready for that when you do it, you know. Right? And so now you have a pierced part. But by going to the old, projecting to the old, you have the flat. So the when you do drag it out and extrude it, you have your parts where at the right angle. Oh my God, that was sad. 3:30. Okay, guys, are there any more questions? Does anyone have any? I'd be happy to answer questions, but I'm not being very productive on much right now. So if we're not going to answer any more questions, I'm happy to leave. But so before I bail, does anyone have any questions that they would like answered? I mean, is anyone who knows my stream, I will stream until 5 in the morning. I don't care as long as you're gaining something out of it. But when it comes to the point where I'm just like, meh, meh, meh. And I have no idea how long my lag is, so I'm going to have to sit here and wait. So I'll wait. Anybody have any questions about anything I would happily help on? Delete all. Boop. My top 5 movies. That's tough. I love Brazil. I mean, there are lots of, like, anything by Fellini. I'm a big Fellini fan. The Seventh Seal, I think, is an amazing piece of work. You know, the original Alien, I think, is one of the best. I think it's a near perfect film. Like I said, my real problem with it is that Jonesy would have eaten it. If I had left the cat out in the hall with the alien and the ship's about to nuke itself, not a chance in hell I'd ever go back for the cat. The cat would be dead. But I guess there are pet lovers who would definitely go. I'm just not that guy. Yeah. I think I found it. Was it here? Yeah. There you go. And my Instagram and Facebook and all of that is just, if you look up T.S. Wittelsbach, everything comes up. So that's the easiest way to find me. The class starts on the 18th, and it's only 6 weeks. But so it's a pretty wham bam class it goes. Let's see, anything else? No, 5. You know, I don't know if that's a tough one. Because once again, you know, anything by Kurosawa, you know, I mean, Ono, I'm a big Japanese cinema fan. There's a period in the late 30s and early 40s, and in Japan, in Japanese filmmaking, that was sort of mystic noir. So, you know, all of the noir detective stories and stuff were really big, and film noir was really going off. But the Japanese also have this like willing acceptance of the supernatural. So you have all these detective stories that are film noir, but they're also like weird ghost stories and shit. So I there's that really specific period in Japanese cinema that I adore. There's so many good, well, not recently, but in the past there were so many great films. Well, it completely depends on what you mean. You know, I think one of the places that people have a really hard time when you're talking about cleaning up hard surfaces, let's take this for example, okay? I need more geometry here. Divide. And that is how to use your planar tools. So let's say, oh, look, I love this shape, but it's soft. I really want hard surfaces. Well, first of all, I would have gone back and I just wouldn't have pushed smooth, so you would get hard surfaces. But so there's planar, and then there's planar flatten, and they do kind of different things. So planar is going to, okay, trim front is a very important one. So trim front gives you 90 degrees to camera angle, right? So let's say you want these to be nice, sharp, and clean. So there's that. And, you know, there's that. So this way you know that you have a nice, clean, flat surface to go 90 degrees off of, right? And you can do it where you're here. And you're going to cut up into that one. You notice I didn't want to go that far. Yeah, kind of in there. Kind of here. You see how those corners don't fit? So you can, right? So you can take planar. So planar flatten fills holes. Planar does not fill holes. So let's say you have these, right? You have planar. And planar, you notice, isn't filling those holes. So they have planar flatten, and that fills holes. Well, you'll soon discover that, honestly, you put Alt and planar will fill holes. So what that does is it allows planar to fill this corner over here, right? So we're going to come here, hold down Alt, and you can see how that is bringing that edge up to that edge. That's great. You can see here, I'm going to hold down Alt when I'm doing planar, and it's making those edges sharp. The one thing to understand when you do this is that you are trashing your mesh. But if this is a final cleanup thing, it doesn't matter. And what I mean by you're trashing your mesh, especially when you're being this cavalier about it, is, let's turn this on. You can see it drags all the geometry to the edges. And that's loading those edges, which keeps them sharp. So then we come over here, and this is the other big one where people really don't wrap their heads around it. So, boom. Planar's going to cut that. Planar flatten's going to get it out. And then, yeah. So when you're trying to do sharp corners, just remember you're going to cut it. We're going to flatten this edge here, and it's cutting into that surface, and I want it to cut into that surface. I come over here, I go on this plane, hold down Alt, and it comes in and it keeps at a nice sharp angle. And so that's the easiest way to do sharp angles, right? So planar flatten, brings it out. But you notice that it didn't cut that back in because I was editing. So we come there, knock that back, come here, planar flatten. And you can see that because I'm using, well, this is planar alt. Planar flatten, I'll do the same thing. And then you just plane that off, and you have really nice sharp corners everywhere, right? So that's the easiest way to go about that. The other thing is, you notice how it pushes over your corner. Just remember, so if you're using planar flatten, when you come up to an edge, you're gonna knock it over, right? And you're gonna be like, well, okay, so I'm gonna, oh, well, wait a minute. And you just keep doing that back and forth. Stop doing that. Go to planar, and you can knock that off. Planar won't roll over the edge. Planar flatten rolls over the edge, right? So go over the edge, come back with planar, cut it sharp. Right. Boop. So you can see you can take a round shape and get it pretty sharp and clean pretty quickly. There you go. So that, learning your planar tools is super important. Planar flatten line is really good because you can kind of go from here and pick where it goes, and it's going to make a nice straight line, but it's going to do it from the 2 points that you picked, right? So you can wind up with some weird stuff, but at the same time, it really does some nice, you know, you can, if you're going from one area to another and you know that's what it is, great, it works really good. Here, I mean, you know, you'll get rid of that, obviously. But that's an easy way of setting up an angle that isn't necessarily easy to get to. Boop. 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 So learning your planar line tool would help greatly in doing hard surfaces. And then there are these tools. If you go into your brush palette, Lightbox brushes, and in your planar tools, there are all kinds of these. This planar cuts and planar cut thins. These do some really interesting planar line, planar path, you know, but you're going to have to learn how to use your planar tools to get good at the hard surface stuff. But the planar cutting, I'm trying to, oh, that's because I didn't select the tool. There we go. I'm trying to, the best way how to show to use the, let's, let's smooth this a little. Ooh, scheisse lieber. Inflate that. High res, high res. Also, subdivisions, retaining subdivisions really help you be able to control your surfaces. But I think this planar cut thin. So like this planer brush starts at the outside and then starts to cut in. So, you know, that's obviously a way you can do some rather interesting stuff. The planer cut. Is that the one I just showed you? Okay, so box. I'm trying to I haven't played with a lot of these in a long time, so I'm trying to figure out how to get the damn thing to... Like, one of these is really good for rocks because you can get it and you get your striation going. And sorry, it's been a few years since I've really played with some of these. Okay, that's planer cut. Yeah, that's not... I think these might be the ones I'm thinking of. Yeah, so you're there, and you can see that it cuts. So if you go, I want to go from there, you see where that's cutting, right? And you can see that it cuts on that line as opposed to just... and this is kind of a cool way to break up surfaces. Like, I've seen people use this for armor in like sci-fi armory, knurling, you know, because you can sort of knurl that way. So I think wrapping your head around the planer tools are going to really help you with hard surface modeling. Oh, Alfie. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to stay up and answer. I'm just saying, if I'm just sitting around, there's no point in me just sitting around, you know. And so you can have a nice organic shape there, right? And then turn it into hard modeling by the planar line. And you go, okay, well, you can sort of see where you kind of want it to cut, right? And you're like, all right, yeah. Oh. And you see how this could be really useful for rocks and stuff, because you're setting kind of obtuse planes and stuff that then you know, have the knurl on top of it. So when you play with, I did a lot of rocks and stuff like that because it allows you to get, you know, if you want a striation somewhere, it allows you to really dictate where, right? So let's say here. Well, this works much better if you turn symmetry off. And then you, right? So it allows you to, you know, do some interesting chopping stuff. So I would say your planar tools are what, what does that say, Frank? Oh, is that a noise? Okay. I'm like, all right. So I think that those tools will start to help you do some of the hard surface stuff. Now, having subdivision levels also is super helpful, especially if you like want curves and stuff, because let's say, you know, you're trying to smooth this out, and when you're at a higher res, it's harder to get that smooth. But if you knock yourself down to lower reses, you can relax that mesh back, and it can give you some nice curves that are tied to, you know, your hard surface. But dropping down subdivision levels and then coming back up while smoothing allows you to relax the mesh into, like if you have nice compound curves or something, it's easy to knock it down, and then, you know, smooth as you come up, and you can get rid of a lot of your surface lumps and humps, dropping your poly group or subdivisions and then smoothing as you step back up. Another way to control your mesh. So basically my planar brushes, like what I use all the time, is planar flatten line. I consider trim front a planar brush. And then, because this way, you know, I can kind of do this, and I know that I want a surface right here. Trim front allows you to go, okay, well, there we go. I know that I have this, and then I look for my next angle. All right, I want it there, and then I want this kind of being here. Right, you can tune your surfaces with trim front. The other thing that trim front really does is, like, if I know that I'm doing things 90 degrees off a surface, this allows me to really there it is. This really allows me to define where those planes are that are then going to act as my foundation basis. So trim front I use a lot. Once again, planar flatten fills holes, right? But you wind up with this wonkiness. That's why I tend to use planar, and then if I have holes, I tend to use planar alt now. But sometimes planar flatten's a little cleaner, so I use a little bit of both. And then, like I said, planar flatten line is really good when I know that I'm going from here to here, and now I can fill that space up with that angle. And as you notice, the planar flatten goes over your corners. Then you just come back in with planar, knock those back and down, and now you have nice, clean, sharp edges. Yeah, of course. Right. Well, no, it's not tricky. It's tricky if you're trying to find shortcuts. You have to remember that almost always, anytime that, like, let's say I want to twist this, right? I'll duplicate it. I'll delete my subdivision levels. I'll make the alteration. And then either I will kind of shove my other model kind of roughly into the right place and then reproject it, or I'll take that mesh, I will Z-remesh it down to a very low polygon, and then I will divide it and then reproject it. So I always have my subdivision levels. So if I'm trying to do something like bend, let's say, right? If I'm trying to have a complex model and I want to bend it, delete my subdivision levels, bend it, and then Z-remesh it, and then reproject it. So Joe has a plugin called So Much ZBrush, and he has this remesh tool. And what's really nice about his remesh tool is that whole process is turned into one button. So if I take this, and it'll retain my subdivision levels. So if I take this, I move it around, it will rebuild subdivision levels, and then that way it'll go from whatever that smallest poly number is, and you set that number right here, low res, right? and it'll take that, drop your mesh down to that. It'll then divide and reproject all in one button push. So this So Much ZBrush plugin is an absolute life-saving, awesome sauce, badass plugin. I don't like dynamic subdivisions. They have their place, without a doubt. But I tend to find that, and I know all you have to do is convert, right? But I don't like artificial geometry. I want those subdivisions to be real, right? And I don't want to get like neck deep into something and then have to turn it into something. I would just prefer to have my geometry. And my workflow doesn't really call for dynamic subdivision levels because I want to work at, 5 to 20 million polys. I prefer to actually work in that. And I have a computer that'll deal with it. So there you go. So I'm not a big dynamic subdivision tool user. Yeah, I just tend to, if I want it to be true hard surface, like Thomas the Tank, literally I built most of that in ZModeler, and I did there's very little sculpting on that. I just took the block shapes, I had silhouettes of the tank, and I just built my parts, remesh by union, ta-da, and it works great. Alrighty. Any other questions? Oh, I'm so broken. Well, I'll say that, you have to understand, I've been doing this for 16 years. And for jewelry, I really invented the process. And that's 16 years of trial and error of trying to get things to print. So there are a lot of things that you'll learn in like character model classes and things like that they're not useful. They don't, like edge looping and things like that. I mean, if you're using a low poly model, but the problem with edge looping is you're loading all the geometry into your edges, so you don't have time for sculpting and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I've been doing this for a while, and, I definitely think, I know my system works because I make successful jewelry that produces, and it fits well, and it's comfortable. And so, yeah, I mean, I've been doing a lot, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. And I never went back to their page, I swear. No, there are people who are trying. And hopefully I'll get this damn modular site done soon so you can just work at your own pace at any time. I may be really good at making ZBrush jewelry. I'm not really good at making ZBrush jewelry videos. Videos are hard because I have to redo all the basic stuff, and I can't believe how hard it is to make basic videos. When I see Joseph and Paul and these guys and Shane, they make it. I don't know how they make it look so. I don't get it. I try to make. Yes, never mind. No one needs to hear me whine about my pathetic capacity of making entry level video. If we got to like this stuff, I can make this video all night. It's making like how to navigate. I made 2 navigation videos, and literally the people that I had testing it were all like, "What?" I'm like, it's very sad. Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that this does come out. And that's what I think a lot of people who do digital stuff don't wrap their heads around, is the fact that, for what I'm trying to do, it has to come out and function, and that's a big jump from a lot of digital designers, sadly. It's not that easy. Trying to get someone to do. And Shane finally jumped up my butt and said, stop being stupid. Just get it done. Get the money flowing and then pay someone to make better videos. All right. And that's what I'm trying to do. But I just discovered that my audio card isn't great on my home computer. It just makes me want to die. Okay. My bemoaning the great regret of my incapacity to make videos. Now we all know. Sorry. Yeah, it's 4. I'm not gonna get home until 5. So, oh no, you're awesome. Don't worry about it. Okay, kind and gentle folk. If there's nothing else that needs to be dealt with immediately, because like I said, I will deal with it immediately, but I'm trying. Jesus. I'll tell you what, the virus thing just mead. It was horrible. All right. Let me put that there. So that is the class that I'm starting on the 18th. Join us. I think it's pretty cheap. I can't remember. I think it's like $500 or something. It's 6 weeks on Saturday. And so look that up. And I want to thank Pixologic for letting me stream. Yeah, I'll have all the links and stuff next week for Facebook and all that. But join me on Instagram. Join my Facebook. Instagram's better. I'm trying to get Instagram going, so I'm spending more time on that. Yeah. All right. Been fun. I hope everyone is great and doing a good time. And be safe, please. 99% isopropyl alcohol fixes everything. All right. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Now I have to figure out how to turn the damn thing off.